Yo, what's up? Hello. Late. Fish with the first message in chat, as usual. Very nice. The consistency is impressive, gotta admit. I'm back in the shorts, but we'll see how long it lasts because I hate the tinted windows so much that... I mean, it's not too bad right now with it being so bright out, but... just takes away so much of it. I hope they change that. What's the speed of the aircraft? This one goes like 160, 170. What's up, Joe? What's up, Jack? All right, we're going to Scotland today. We got a flight planned by Sveno J from the World Tours website. I was trying to put my own together, and when I started previewing it, it looked kind of boring, so I went back to the trusty World Tours website. Because there are a bunch of islands off the west side of the country, and yeah, I thought it'd be cool to do a little island hopping. I think it ends over there though, so we might get a little bit of that end in at the end. Yeah, it looks like it goes out to an island called, is it Cole? I think it might be called Cole. Anyway, see how far we get. This is a pretty long flight plan. It's got like over 2.5 hours of airports to land at, so mattering how fast we go and how much sightseeing we do, we might end up not completing it. We'll see. All right, the windsock's pointing this way, so looks like we'll use runway 31. What was that? Was that a jet or a glitch? What just happened? Something just happened. Looks like we're going to the outdoor bar tonight. Wait, is there a UFC fight tonight? I would watch UFC, but I don't hunt for it. Oh, was that you? Was that you, Poshed? Had a little oopsie. Everything's fine now. I think the shorts is pretty fun. I want to, like, this is gonna be a really good, like, Papua New Guinea style plane. There are some weird things with it though. Oh, what the dog go? Oh, he's back. What the? What? When you zoom in far enough, they disappear. What? What's going on? Why does the zoom have anything to do with it? It's so weird. What's up, Delta? What is happening? I got the classic cockpit configuration on now just to use the moving map here. Actually, this is not north up. I think this is heading up, so it's probably going to confuse me. I'd be like, turn to the west, and then, yeah, it won't be to the west. Heading up maps. You gotta hate them. Yeah, they're camera shy? I guess so. When the paparazzi zoom in. Looks like the first airport on the list is EGZP. Changing up the playlist again here. We'll see how it goes. What's up, Steve? EGZP, Echo Golf Zulu Papa, Dornoch Airfield. Ultimately, we'll end on an island at an airfield called Tyree. We'll see if we get all the way there. Well, we're starting at Wick. just changing my, let me see here. Oh, there we go. I'm just changing my little nav map to get some distances here. All right, yeah, it's 46 miles to the first airport, so we'll get a little break, but then we begin a lot of 10 to 20 mile legs to different airfields. There's a lot of variation in the length of the airfields today. Like Wick has a 6,000 foot runway, but then later I think there's one with 8. Yeah, there's a little airstrip at a farm that is 800 feet long. So looks like mostly hard surface runways though, but we got a few grass airstrips thrown in there too. So I have a little variety here. We're stopping at airports you regularly travel to. Nice. I think it's been a long time since I've flown in Scotland. Just gonna wait for a few more people to start moving their pieces of machinery over here. Oh, Delta, you have to work. Can't fly along. We'll drop in. Thanks, dude. Tosh doing flybys in the Dark Star. I don't even think you'll be able to even circle around us because the radius will be like 50 miles. Yeah, first airport is it's EGZP. I don't see Bravo Zulu in the list. No. First one is Zulu Papa. This is based off a World Tours website flight. Working weekends. Yeah, but Delta gets to say I'm the captain and it means something. He's the captain of his business. Flying the Baron. Yeah, the Baron will work. I might end up changing planes once or twice. We'll see. I was going to pull out the Ryan Navion because the liveries look so cool. It's got all these really metallic, shiny, like metallic liveries that look really, really cool. It's around the same speed as this, especially the twin Navion. Oh man, my body is like sore from practicing music yesterday for like way too long and going and rehearsing with my friends. It takes a toll, man. Bass is a heavy instrument. It's a lot of wood. But yeah, it was fun. Good stuff. We have 3 weeks to practice. We just added, we like doubled our set list, so I have like 1 million songs to learn. What's up, Underdog? What's up, Tyler? What's up, John? All right, we'll wait like 1 more minute here. Nice clownfish livery there, Turk. Oh, is that a DA-42? Oh, wait, no, that's... Wait, is that the 40... Wait, no, that's not the 42. It has tip tanks. That's got to be the 310, right? Must be the 310. Some Kodiaks. Got a Meridian. Looks like two 310s. That's got to be a 310, right? I almost pulled out the... man, I should try the 310 again. Yeah, it is a 310. I need to pull out the... I almost pulled out the 42, the Cows DA-42. But I know we got some grass strips, so I didn't trust it. The sim is freezing. Good time. Just completely frozen. Doing nothing. And now it's back. Why does it do that? I'm literally sitting here doing nothing. Now everybody's going to disappear and reappear. They really got to figure this out. It's so weird. Like within 5-10 minutes of using the sim, I run into it. Like nobody else is here. What's up, Johnny? Oh, you're able to join? Heck yeah. Hope you're well too, man. Yeah, things are good. All right, looks like most of us are ready. What's Avison in? I don't see the plane type. It just looks like a Baron, so, or a Bonanza. So we don't know. All right, let's go. We're gonna take off and turn left. I have a north up map, so I don't know. If you're flying the shorts, don't forget to put your prop lever to the takeoff position like I forgot last time. Are the flaps down? Looks like one notch of flaps is down for takeoff. Well. Alright, Scotland, here we come. We got Janet on board today. Hey Janet, how's your boyfriend Toby doing? She's ready to embarrass Toby, as usual, with her verbose stories.
You'll see Castle Sinclair Gurnigo. This castle was built in the 15th century by the Sinclair family, who were known for their love of stone walls and inconveniently placed staircases.
Wait, there's a castle
over... It's a ruin now, which means it's like a building but with more fresh air. The castle is important because it's one of the few remaining examples of a medieval fortress in Scotland. People who enjoy history, architecture, and getting rained on love visiting it. My friend Toby once tried to impress a date by pretending to be a medieval knight there. He ended up falling into the moat, which isn't even filled with water anymore. Just mud and a lot of embarrassment.
Nice.
Oh, Toby? Well, he's a bit of a mess, to be honest. Last week, he tried to impress some tourists at the pipe band hall by playing the bagpipes. Ended up getting his lips stuck in the chanter. Had to be rescued by a kilt-wearing fireman. Quite a sight, really.
I gotta change my sensitivity real quick, I think. I change it to linear, and it's always a bad idea, I think. Some planes will like tell you to change it to linear so that because they've calibrated the yoke. But for like everything else, I feel like I want like -50. Oh wow, this is very poppy. All right, -50, -50. Maybe a little less for the y-axis. All right, there we go. All right, EG ZP is first. Looks like we're gonna follow the coast. I don't know which direction we're heading right now. Okay, south. It's okay. Heading up maps, man. I don't know how anyone does it. Can never tell what direction you're heading by looking at the map. It's so weird. All right, I'm gonna be nice to our engine and pull it back into the high, what, like 65? It's the top of the green. There we go. 90 on the prop RPM. All right, now it's a bit more smooth. When I was moving the stick, it was just like, whoop, like this instantly. It's kind of weird. PA 44. I don't know if I ever flown the Seminole. I might have it. It was like one of the early Coronado marketplace planes, I think. Yeah, Steve, USA West. "15-year-old dating drama?" Oh, with Toby, you mean? Gotta check out the coastline. It's gonna be hard to escort today when we're flying such slow planes. You're gonna need your gear down. What did Janet say about her crush? She just said like, "Oh, Toby, he just gets in trouble or something." She didn't even mention the relationship, but we will dig into it over time. This is a saga that nobody will want to miss. We have to figure out and dig deep to know the true nature of their relationship. Let me check the data for the first airport. Dornoch Airfield, 2,500 foot grass strip right along the coastline. So we can just follow the coastline and find the airport. And because we're all on like different size planes and stuff, like if your plane isn't good at grass strips, you can just, you know, don't land there. Just circle around, wait for people to take off again. What does Toby say about Janet? Who's Janice? What's up, Cyber? Oh, one of your friend's daughters and her Swedish boyfriend? You hear way too much info from the group chat? You're talking about real world relationship drama? See, I solve all of those issues by just not talking to anybody. This makes it easier. Oh, about Janet. I wish we could ask Toby. First leg is EGZP, Zulu Papa. EG, Echo Golf, Zulu Papa. Elastic Giraffe Zebra Print is the first airport. I'm using the proper ICAO phonetic alphabet, the NATO alphabet even. That's usually what you do, but then her mom adds you to the group chat. This is why I don't leave the house. Yeah, this is why I just sit here playing Flight Simulator, drinking a coffee. My routine is wake up. Well, on the weekends, wake up, get a coffee, play Flight Simulator, play more Flight Simulator, maybe get a beer, maybe switch games. Maybe then play more Flight Simulator. That's pretty much it. I took a long weekend off, though. I got a 4-day weekend. Took some random vacation days off. No place like home. Never leave the porch. Sounds like the perfect weekend. Heck yeah. What's up, Lex? I'm not going to FS Expo. I think it's very unlikely because I'm playing music the night before in a band, and it's very unlikely that I'll be in a condition to wake up and get on a plane or drive for 5 to 8 hours. I mean, I'm very close in LA, but yeah. I don't know. I think it's too ambitious. I would love to, but I also don't think it's realistic that I'll get out of bed in time. Delta says our eldest just picked up a second rabbit from the Humane Society. Today, since they're living at home between campus leases. We have a second bunny at our house. Whoa, look at this spot. Dude. This looks amazing. It's little pockets of like super detailed, cool terrain. Where is that? Bearydale? You're on keep the puppy calm and supported duty? Or keep the pup? Pup as in dog or pup as in the new rabbit? Like, don't they call other certain animals, they'll call them a pup even if it's, right, like not for a dog necessarily. All right, I'm gonna bring up the world map so you know what cool little towns and cities we're flying by. Oh, the dog is stressed. The actual pup dog pup.
If you look out to your 1 o'clock, about 3 kilometers away, you'll see the Ousdale Brooch. Now, a broch is a type of Iron Age dry stone hollow-walled structure found in Scotland. They were built around 2,000 years ago, which is a long time if you think about it, but not as long as forever. The Ousdale Broch is particularly interesting because it's one of the best preserved brochs in the area, which means it's not completely fallen down yet.
It's a brock?
Brocks were thought to be used as defensive structures, but no one really knows for sure. They could have been ancient Scottish luxury flats for all we know. The Ousdale Brock was discovered by people who were probably just walking around and stumbled upon it, because that's how most
Yeah, we
things
passed
are
Ousdale
discovered.
back there.
My friend Toby once tried to camp inside the Ousdale Brook, but he ended up getting chased out by a flock of angry sheep. Apparently, they didn't take kindly to him setting up his tent in their territory. Toby's always getting into scrapes like that.
I gotta turn down the engine volume yet again. I think she said a Brock, maybe? B-R-O-C-K? All right, we're passing over Helmsdale now. The terrain here is just awesome. I've never been to Scotland, but I feel like I would love it. All right, we're a little more than halfway to our first airport. Let's see what runways we have coming up. All right, they're east-west runways. 28. 28 and 10. It's like 10 is preferred, but 28 is easier for our direction of travel. DCS stream? Oh man, if I did a DCS stream, it would be like Thursday's stream. Me sitting there just failing, not knowing what to do. I was tempted to turn on Twitch last night. I was playing a little bit of No Man's Sky. I was like, maybe I'll turn on Twitch where I can, like, my non-flight sim stuff on Twitch. But then I didn't feel like talking, so. Even though it'd probably be like 2 of you guys hanging out there. Yeah, DCS just, it doesn't interest me. I think maybe it's because of a lifetime of playing like first-person shooters that I just don't, I don't know, I'm just like combated out. Like I don't care about combated games anymore. Especially PvP, you know, playing against other players, other humans. I'm just like, I'd rather play a cooperative game nowadays. I mean, I definitely get competitive, but at the same time, like, I don't really seek it out as much as I used to. So, like, DCS just sounds so sweaty to me. I'm just like, Oh, you got some new headphones? Nice, Soul. What'd you get? All right, let's see the map here. So, all right, yeah, there's this big, like, section where the water goes inland. This... I don't know what you call this opening here, where the water... Is this... Wait, where are we in... Let me check here. Oh yeah, okay, the map is... The heading up map is totally confusing me. So we are on the east side of Scotland. So it looks like it's right up here where this big section of water creeps into the land. I don't know if it's technically a river up there. It looks like there might be a river. More like a sound almost, I guess. Let's see, is it before or after that? It's right before that. So it looks like the airport's going to be right over here. Lex says I've become a single-player gamer over the past few years. Yeah. You know, I think most of it is because there's so much cheating in online gaming, multiplayer gaming, when it's players versus PvP. I don't want to deal with it anymore. Like, I was playing Escape from Tarkov earlier this year, and I think it's such an incredible game. It's kind of unlike most games, but they have such a massive cheating problem, it just wastes your time. Just waiting for it to be illegal globally so all these cheat manufacturers continue to get sued into oblivion by companies like Activision and Bungie, which have successfully sued some cheat makers for like millions of dollars, and for essentially like, they basically, I think, are winning on the grounds of, I think some of it's technical, where they're like, you're basically reverse engineering our software to get the terms of our software, but the other part is like the impact it has on the game, where players don't want to play it because of the impact of having too many cheaters. So people are like, not playing this game. It's impacting their business because of these cheats. So I think Activision won a big lawsuit against like one of the big cheat makers, and Bungie did as well. It's just, yeah, it's just really frustrating. Like, there's no point in trying to get good at anything when it comes to competitive gaming, because the majority of the time people are cheating. And it's in almost every game except maybe Valorant. Valorant is known for having an extremely good anti-cheat detection, but pretty much nobody else does. So yeah, I'm more of a fan of single-player games and cooperative games. A lot of cheating in Tarkov. Yeah, it's out of control. Like, pretty much every game you load into will have at least one cheater in it on average. So they'll just know where you are at all times. And in that game, it's devastating. Like, when you die in that game, you lose all of your equipment, which is what makes it fun and stressful and, you know, different. But yeah, Tarkov is extremely bad. And they don't care about it either. Like, the developers do not care about cheating in that game, because every time a cheater gets caught, they get banned, and then they have to buy the software again. So it's like good business for them to ban the cheater, but not permanently. It's pretty ridiculous. But yeah, that's why games like Destiny are really fun to me. Is it right here? Wait, is it across the way? It's supposed to be right here on our right. Is it right at this end here? No, where is it? It's right to our right. It's over here somewhere. Can't really cheat Microsoft Flight Simulator. Right, yeah, like there's no... Oh, it's right in front of us.
At your 2 o'clock, about 8 kilometers away, you'll see the Glenmorangie Distillery.
Okay, dumping the flaps. It's right
where
here.
they make whiskey, which is like beer, but for people who want to look sophisticated while getting drunk.
I might have to do a go around here.
Glenmorangie was founded in 1843.
Well, we are on the
William
shorts.
Matheson,
Let's see what this thing can do.
Who probably thought, why not turn water into something more fun? The distillery is famous for its
Why
tall
not turn
stills,
water into something more
which are
fun?
as tall as a giraffe, but without the awkward neck. This allows for a pure, smoother whiskey, which people with too much money and not enough sense love to sip and pretend they can taste the notes of whatever nonsense the label says.
True.
My friend Toby once visited Glenmorangie and got so tipsy that he tried to ride one of the stills, thinking it was a mechanical bull. He was promptly escorted out, but not before declaring himself the king of whiskey.
Toby, the king of whiskey. All right. Nice little grass strip here. And this is just right. This is just such a remote spot. It's really cool. There's a nice house right over here. Looks like they have like a helicopter landing pad cut out in the dirt or something. Maybe they're gonna put a pool there. What would be a good cheat in this sim? 2 foot per minute landing in all GA planes. Perfect centerline landing every time. Kodiak is still one of the best looking planes. Look at it. Love the look. It's a pretty, this is a decent grass strip. 2,500 foot grass strip. It says it prefers, oh no, the wind is, no, 020 at 5. Our next airport has a 6,000 foot asphalt runway, 20 miles away. My God, look at all these landings in a row. It's beautiful. It's like we're having an air show every weekend. It's incredible. It does feel that way. It feels like there's an air show right now. We're just getting to see all these different plane types. Comes another Kodiak. And here we have the Daer Kodiak. You'll notice its beautiful weather radar onboard pod hanging from the right wing. Glorious. Classic black, white, and silver livery stokes ambition and makes pilots remember why they love the love of the air over the wind. Okay, not gonna do any more of that. I feel like this is where you need a non-American accent. Nice. Oh yes, Abby's in the pink one. I almost picked the pink livery, but I was like, I bet somebody will use the pink livery in the short. Here we have the lovely short, known as the Sky Van. Absolutely beautiful, pink. You can see the wiggle happening. The wiggle indicates a celebration after a beautiful landing. Or maybe they have some of that whiskey that Toby and Janet were talking about. One or the other. Oh, corrupts in the military one. I took the gray military variant. It's pretty sweet. Microsoft Scotch Simulator. Yes. What's up, Wesley? Narration for a dog show. Oh man, wouldn't it be amazing to have somebody like as good of like the talent from the actors from Best in Show doing the narration for planes? Are you in the DA42, Steve? Nice. Did you just get it? The DA42 is awesome. All right, I think let's just turn around and keep this going. Try not to linger too long at each field. Actually, I could just take off this way. I'll turn around so we can take off over the water. It'll be more fun. All right, once we take off, we're gonna turn to the right. We only got about 20 miles to the next airport. Next one has a 6,000 foot grass strip. Or sorry, asphalt runway. Actual legit runway. Alright, prop is full forward again. If you guys are just flying by, you can just, fly by and rejoin the group as we take off. No big deal, we got plenty of spots to land today. Alright, right turn. I don't know what direction we're heading because the heading up map confuses me. Looks like it'll be to the south still. You can check the moving map. Next airport is Iverness. Am I saying that right? EGPE. Janet, am I saying the word Iverness ready? Am I saying it correctly? The name of the city? Can she help me with my pronunciation? Probably not.
No, it's pronounced Inverness. It's a city in Scotland.
Oh, is it Inverness?
Known for its lovely scenery and the Loch Ness
Wait, is there an
Monster,
N? Oh, there is
like
an N.
Bigfoot, but wetter.
Oh no.
My friend Toby once tried to find Nessie there, but ended up getting lost and joining a local knitting club by mistake.
What? Oh, I can't advance the waypoint, can I? How did it not detect? Or maybe it'll fix itself as we fly a little further. Oh, Inverness, not Iverness. You see what you want to see sometimes. Yeah, I definitely swap letters here and there. I had that video from a while back where I said the same fix wrong like 5 times in the same video. It's fine. I totally know what I'm doing, okay? Speaking of not knowing what I'm doing, my coffee is sitting here, untouched. I went with the shaken espresso again. Yeah, I'm surprised that she's actually correct and recognized that I didn't pronounce it correctly. Oh, Michael says, I wish I could join. It's 92 degrees with high humidity and no AC. Oh, man. Get out of the house. Go somewhere that has air conditioning. That sounds like borderline dangerous. That is so hot. Where is 92 today? You know, LA has had pretty mild weather for... I feel like it's been several years. We, like, rarely get above 70s. Normally, we would have, like, 80, 85, things like that. 104 in Phoenix. And that's kind of terrifying. That's why he always leaves the house yet. Well, no, I just happen to have air conditioning, so. Probably Fahrenheit. They're in the United States. What would 92 Celsius even be? 92 Celsius would be 197 degrees Fahrenheit. It's definitely in Fahrenheit. Nice little industrial area here. It would be death, yeah. St. Croix in the middle of the Caribbean. This little town's called Cromarty. Right along the water here. Whoa, where's my camera? There we go. All these little towns against the water are just awesome. I don't know. It's probably so peaceful. I live in LA. I don't know what grass looks like. Farmland. What is this? Very confused right now. All right, now we just crossed the water here, and then EGPE is right in front of us. This is supposed to have a large 6,000-foot hard surface runway. Hey, Jana, has Toby ever sent you flowers out of a romantic interest? We got to dig into this relationship. This is actually why we're all here.
Toby's never sent me flowers.
Oh.
He once tried to impress me by making a bouquet out of weeds he found at McFarquhar's bed. That's a rock formation, not a bed, by the way. It's named after some bloke called McFarquhar who probably didn't sleep there. Toby ended up with a rash all over his hands.
What? All right, I see the runway right in front of us. All right, Shorts, time for another easy landing. I don't get it. Is it the Shorts brothers or the Short brothers? Because the other one's called the Shorts 330, Shorts 360. Pretty sure it's the Shorts brothers, but this is called the Short SC7, not the Shorts. Why isn't it called the Short Skyvan? I don't know. A little confusing. But then again, I mix up 2 letters pretty often, so for me, maybe a lot of things are confusing. All right, Inverness. 6,000-foot runway. It says the winds prefer runway 05. So we're landing with the tailwind. Let's see. Yeah, we do have a little bit of a tailwind. Whoops. There we go. 6, 7 knots. Ninja, thanks for being a member for a full month. Does that mean month 2? It must mean month 2. It says member for 1 month. But it's definitely not your first month, so maybe YouTube is being weird. Thanks for upgrading your stool, dude. Appreciate that. Delta, I sent you a wiki about short bros. Oh, it's nicknamed both short and shorts? Oh. Huh. That's not confusing at all. Just giving something 2 different names. Yeah, I feel like every time I say it, I'm not saying it correctly. But apparently, no matter how you say it, it's correct. Oh, this runway is closed. That's fine. We make our own rules. All right, here we go. Closed runway, breaking the law. The cops. Gover? Is it Gover? I'm probably butchering your name. Sorry if I am, but thanks for joining the Couch Captains, dude. Pull up your stool. Somebody bring this man some cigarettes for his passengers. Ooh, 500 feet per minute landing rate. Is it buck or butt naked? I think it's both. That's what the wiki said. I don't write some. Oh, here's the actual runway. I just saw this one in front of me. It looked good. It was closed, but... All right, well... Land where we want. Yeah, I see you guys using the real runway over there. Everyone else is just following me on the closed runway. See, never trust me. This is what happens. Was that even a runway? Yeah, it looks like they Is that a closed taxiway? Because they turned the rest of this into a taxiway. Or was this a runway? I don't know. I saw hard surface and we went for it. The air show continues for the people of Inverson. Yeah, Ninja and Gover. It's got to be Gover, right? Thanks for joining, guys. Just gave up. They just gave up, yeah. Closed runway, right? Yeah, with the X's. Forget, does it closed taxiway have yellow X's? I think that might be the difference. You'll fly along next weekend? All right. I mean, if you're able to right now, you can always join us at whatever airport we're currently at. We usually make a lot of stops, so it should be pretty easy to join. We haven't even been going an hour yet, so no rest stop just yet. Soon. All right, here comes John using the real runway, like a professional. Current airport. Yeah, I should put the map. Leave the map in the corner. I'm trying to declutter the screen. We're at Inverness, EGPE, and we're on the USA West server. USA West multiplayer server. And all these overachievers using the actual runway. And landing with a rate of under 500 feet per minute. I was looking at the marketplace and noticed that the 310R has like one of the highest rated planes, like second only to planes like the Comanche. Yeah, this does look kind of like a beer stop spot. It's a little... No, maybe that's not the beer stop. It could be. It could be a little brewery. Or this person's house over here. Okay, this isn't a house. This is just... It looks like hangars or something. Some sort of storage. Oh my god, Turk, you're a maniac. Turk dropping 10 gifted memberships. Thanks so much, Turk. Enjoy the free stools, courtesy of Turk. Turk also has to be the one to go to the warehouse and pull the used stools out, though. They've been sat in for 1 month by people who didn't want to upgrade, and then we put them in storage, so it's basically hand-me-downs, but my stool is back. Thanks, Turk. Thanks a lot, Turk. Oh, Drake's coming in the Traveler, and then we'll be on to our next airport. Lots of landings. Lots of takeoffs and landings, as usual. I really wish they'd fix this detail when you zoom in on stuff. Is it worse than it used to be? Yeah, watch out for the splinters. Watch your butts. Yeah, like, whenever you zoom in, like, look how good the terrain looks, or the textures look right here. But then if you move back and you zoom in, the further away you get... Is that depth of field that's... Maybe that's depth of field. Oh, let me turn down the depth of field settings. Depth of field high. Depth of field off? That is better, right? A little bit? No, the lines are still really blurry. The center lines are still really blurry. Yeah, when you get close, they're super detailed. So it's not depth of field. You want your effing cigarettes? Okay, so it's not depth of field. I think depth of field only comes into play when you're using the drone camera. All right, let's get back in the plane here. Whoa, what the? Look at it. What's happening? Will that happen again? That was so funny. Okay. Let's get back in the plane. Oh God, what is that? All right, maybe we should use the real runway this time. Maybe I should use the real runway. What's the best runway for departure here? Not cursed at all. That was very strange looking. I mean, isn't the best runway this taxiway right here? We're going to be heading to the north, so I'm just going to go use runway 5 down here. You know, if we take off with the winds that are not great, then it makes the takeoff more fun, so. In your head, the props just ran into each other. We're invincible. Take off from a taxiway? Yeah, 100%. Why not? In the simulator, they let you do it. You can do whatever you want. Thanks again for the gifted Turk. Appreciate you, dude. The world is my taxiway. Yeah, and the shorts, you can just take off from wherever you want. Let's say I'll just take off in the grass parallel to the taxiway. We don't need any of the space at all. Oh, hi, dog. The puppy is visiting. Goodbye, dog. Sorry, it took me a while to post another photo of the puppy in the Discord. I promise puppy photos forever. She's a super sweet and also a terror at the same time. She started chewing one of the walls today. Not great. She goes from being very sweet and like cuddling and just being a little angel to literally eating the wall. I have no idea. Just both ways. Until the ATC starts yelling at you, yeah. You would just turn the ATC off. It's the best option to turn Microsoft ATC off anyway. Highly recommended just never using the Microsoft ATC. I mean, I guess if you're learning like the absolute basics, you can at least do the clearance and stuff like that. But yeah, just get beyond ATC. Beyond ATC is basically a great replacement for the default ATC. And then if you want all the bells and whistles and crazy AI stuff, then go for Say Intentions. All right, let's go. Need to bring the prop full forward. Flaps are down too much. This thing just takes off so smoothly. You gotta love it. You have to, it's the law. All right, we're turning a little bit to the left.
If you look out at your 11 o'clock, about 4 kilometers away, you'll see Fort George. Now, Fort George isn't just any old fort.
To our left?
It was built in the 18th century, after the Jacobite Rising of 1745, which was a bit like a really intense game of hide and seek, but with more kilts and less hiding. The British government decided they needed a big, impressive fort to keep the pesky Highlanders in check, so they built Fort George. It's got massive walls, cannons,
I'm guessing it's not
and
in this sim.
everything you'd expect from a fort, except maybe a moat full of crocodiles. It's also home to the Black Watch, which sounds like a really cool superhero team, but it's actually a regiment of the British Army. My friend Toby once tried to sneak in after hours, thinking he could find some hidden treasure. Instead, he found himself locked in the storeroom with nothing but a mop and a bucket for company. He was there for hours before anyone found him. He still can't look at cleaning supplies without breaking into a cold sweat.
It would be nice if Janet could point out the things in Microsoft Flight Simulator that are actually modeled that we can actually see. I'm not sure if that was it on the corner right there. It might have been it, or you know, like the automatic like flight sim auto-generated building version of the fort. All right, we're headed north. Oh, this leg is very short. Let's see. Oh no, 32 miles. We're going to EGVZ. Wait, I have ZP. How is ZP here? Oh wait, I'm going backwards. Am I going backwards? I think I'm going backwards, right? Now I'm all turned around. Yeah, we're going to the south. I'm all turned around because I thought this was the oh man, okay. Turning around. I messed up. Don't follow me. Oh, good. You guys are going the right way, it looks like. Okay. Don't follow me. I'm turning around. Yeah, we're going south. Yeah, we're going to EGVZ, Victor Zulu, Fort Augustus, 32 miles away to the southwest, not to the north. Since when is there commentary? It's Say Intentions. It's not the sim itself. It's part of the Say Intentions ATC. It has tour guides. So I usually turn them on the group flights. Hey Janet, what's your favorite type of caffeinated beverage? We're all very curious. Tell us now. So you can like talk to it and stuff too.
Well, my favorite type of caffeinated beverage is tea. It was invented by the Chinese, who discovered that boiling water with leaves in it made it taste less like water. My friend Toby once tried to make his own tea by boiling grass, but he ended up in A&E with a stomach pump. Fascinating stuff, really.
Okay. They realize that it makes it taste less like water. Lovely. It's pretty fun. It's like Say Intentions is definitely expensive, but it's also very fun. Definitely get what you pay for. You can just talk to AI all day. Everybody's dream. I mean, like I have ChatGPT that I paid for, and like I was just using it yesterday briefly, and I ran out of messages like I don't know, like pretty quickly. It throttled me and it just stopped and I couldn't use it anymore, even paying for it. So like Yeah. It's pretty insane we can use it as much as we want with say intentions. Who would have guessed Toby would do something so stupid? Yeah. Not me. Nope. Janet, let's be real. You have a crush on Toby, don't you?
Oh, absolutely not. Toby's just a friend, even though he did once get his head stuck in the Cumberland Stone. The Cumberland Stone, by the way, is a large rock that dates back to the 18th century. It's said that the Duke of Cumberland stood on it to survey the battlefield.
Oh, we have a bridge to the right.
Battle of Culloden.
Bridge to the right.
People who enjoy history and rocks often visit it. Toby, on the other hand, just thought it was a good idea to see if his head would fit. Spoiler, it didn't.
Okay, this is the city of Inverness. Do I prefer say intentions? Overall, I do prefer it over Beyond ATC, just because it's got all the possible AI. It's just got a lot of unique AI, fully AI powered features, right? Like the tour guides. It has the multiplayer function, which is really cool, so you can hear other pilots and stuff. So I prefer that, but I think most people will not want to shell out the money for it, which is totally fair, right? It's expensive. It's going to get cheaper over time, but I just see them as different products. I think Beyond ATC is like a no-brainer purchase for like every simmer. I feel like everybody can buy that and be happy with an incredible replacement for the default ATC and other ATC products like Pilot to ATC, FS HUD, all the ones we've had in the past. Beyond ATC is like the new modern version of those. So I think everybody, it's much more affordable, right? It's like $30 one time. You don't have to pay for the premium stuff. I think it's going to be likely that everybody owns Beyond ATC that wants ATC coverage, just because it's so affordable and it's a huge step up from what we've had before. And then people that can afford it, even if it's month to month, 1 month here you turn it on, another you don't, or maybe you can afford to have it all year round. Say intentions is just kind of like, it's like pushing the boundaries. It's like full AI everything. So they're just different, but yeah. I would say like everyone should get Beyond ATC because it's way more, it's just affordable. It's accessible to everybody. You don't have to pay monthly, don't get a subscription, all those good things. And it's still a huge improvement. So yeah. And they're both just going to improve over time, and yeah, it's great. I just really like interacting with the AI in say intentions, and I really love hearing other people's voices on the comm frequencies. So like if I turn the chatter on, tune to a frequency, we'll hear other pilots talking and getting their and hearing all their comms with ATC. So yeah, just different. Both are great. In an ideal world, everybody can have both. A320 Neo can go under a bridge. Yeah, I believe it. Absolutely. Look, someone's in an A320. Always has to be someone in an airliner. Can you believe it? Yeah, 100%. This is a great leg right here. This is Loch Ness right here, I guess? There are no Loch Ness Monster Easter eggs. It says Loch Ness. Where's the monster? I hope I have the 350 toll. Man, this is great. This route is awesome so far. I mean, anytime that we're following rivers, we get great scenery. It's gorgeous. I gotta remember to take screenshots. Sometimes I just forget to take screenshots and I have like one boring screenshot to use the next stream. I don't know why I customize the thumbnail every single stream. Just keeps it fresh. It'd be boring to see the same thumbnail every single stream. All right, next airport code we're coming up to Fort Augustus, EGVZ, Echo Golf, Victor Zulu. Eggs, grapefruit juice, vodka, and what does the Z stand for? What's edible that starts with Z? Zucchini? A classic Scottish breakfast of eggs, grapefruit juice, vodka, and zucchini. That's the next airport. EGVZ. Fly in the shoebox? Yes. I really like this plane. My only complaints are that there's just some weird quirks with it. Like, first of all, I wish it remembered if you wanted the classic cockpit or not. That'd be cool if they saved that state. So you don't load in and you get disgusted by seeing GPS units right here installed every time. And then, oh, Zima. Nice, Zima. This weird sound every time you use the preset camera position. It's super weird. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, and then the tinting on the windows is horrible. Like, it's so dark that it's like forcing me to fly outside the plane, which I don't normally do. But yeah, overall, like, I think this is a really fun plane to fly. I haven't gone through the checklist yet, but to like learn it myself, the startup procedures or anything like that. But the quick start works great with it. The checklist, if you use the checklist assistant and autocomplete checklists, that is all compatible as well. So I love when that stuff works. But yeah, this is a fun one. And if you I think it's nice because if people buy this and they really love it, they can maybe upgrade to the Shorts 330 and 360 by Black Box. If they want something a bit that takes a bit more and is a little bit faster. The interior of the 330 is quite a bit different though. There's this like buttons galore, like everything is down here, I think. It's very intimidating. But yeah, this is, I guess, the predecessor to the 330. Which runways? Any runway at all. It doesn't matter. We keep it really chill on Saturdays. We just kind of sightsee, catch up on Toby and Janet drama, talk about what coffee we're consuming. No rules, no pressure to be perfect. Just have fun. Put on unlimited fuel, you know. Pick whatever runway or taxiway you want to land on. I'll try to get some shots of you guys landing. All right, we're coming up to the airport. Let's see. There's a runway right in front of us, runway 21. And we got it's a 2,000 foot grass strip. Runway 21 will be right in our direction of travel. Yeah, it looks like it's right over here. A couple people on the ground over there. Get our heading bug set for 2-1.
About 7 kilometers away, you'll see the old bridge of Oich.
Oich.
It's a lovely bit of old stonework, built in 1854 by a chap named James Dredge. He was quite the bridge enthusiast, which is a bit like being a train spotter, but with less excitement. The bridge was constructed after the previous one was washed away in a flood, which is a bit like replacing a broken umbrella with one that's slightly more waterproof. What's interesting is that the bridge uses
Janet's pretty good.
Unique suspension
They have 2
design,
more as well.
which was quite
There's a
innovative
male
at
tour
the
guide,
time.
Jeff.
It's like the iPhone of bridges, but without the apps. People
There's
who
another
enjoy
one named
old
Sarah who's a little more
architecture and the
professional,
smell
less
of
silly.
mossy stones often visit it. My friend Toby once tried to propose to his girlfriend there, but he accidentally dropped the ring into the river. She said no, which was probably for the best given his clumsiness. By the way, your flying is a bit like Toby's proposal,
Oh, no.
attempt well-intentioned, but a bit wobbly.
Wow. Very rude. They also recently introduced another passenger named Harley, who's like a former Vietnam military pilot. So he kind of acts as your co-pilot. So instead of being focused on the on like the scenic stuff, like being a tour guide, he'll like give you tips and talk about your performance. And if you're using ATC, he'll start like telling you and reminding you like what your approach is and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty cool. I hope they introduce like virtual passengers later. I think that'd be a really cool thing, where if you had like a couple passengers that'll like say things during the flight, or even like talk to each other, I don't know, or ask you questions during the flight. Could be cool. There's the possibilities are endless. And there's so many options they have. Ooh, I'm gonna hit hard. Ah! I don't quite have the reducing the power down in this thing. I tend to like, it drops a lot faster than I would expect it to. Virtual passengers would be awesome. Yeah, like, it's just, I don't know. I just see the potential there. Like, I can imagine several years more of development that using AI with like, it could replace so many other things that we have other programs for, like flight, like things like Flight Sim First Officer. Even like they could compete with that if they have it interact with the plane itself eventually and send commands, like an actual co-pilot, an AI co-pilot, not just like a scripted one. I don't know. There's a lot of things they could do. They could also compete with VATSIM by allowing human controllers to take over and relieve AI controllers optionally. So they could vet people, kind of like how VATSIM does. And then all of a sudden you just go from, and you could opt in, right? It would be an option for everybody that flies, where they could tick a box that says use human controllers when available. And if you don't want to talk to a human, right? Like, because that's intimidating for people, you just turn it off and you're just only with AI. But if there happens to be a human controller, you would hear a real human reply to you. You just make your call as usual, and instead of hearing AI reply, you get a real human replying. I mean, I feel like they could take over VATSIM, because then when the controller's offline, you don't lose coverage. It just, AI takes over the flight plan, takes over coverage for you. It'd be so good. Best of both worlds. So I'm excited for the future of it. I think it's got so much potential. You know, like people, yeah, but yeah, exactly. You could just stick to AI though. You could just check the box. But everybody that's like, one of the reasons I really disliked using VATSIM, you know, beyond their weird, we must know your real, true, full name. We'll ask you for photo ID. That super weird stuff coming from them on those fronts. Besides that, the thing that I didn't like about it was just I would lose coverage all the time. I would plan a whole flight. I'd finally get like my plane ready to go, and I'd be ready to make my first call, and then they'd go offline, and all of a sudden you have no coverage. You're like, well, wait, do I start over? Do I switch airports? Do I hunt who's covering it or not? It's just really annoying. Like when you get end-to-end coverage, it's incredible, like on VATSIM, no doubt. But AI kip when, yeah. I'll just train it on all my recordings. It'll be good. Oh, Mrs. T-Fi upgraded to a lawn chair. Thanks for being a couch captain for 2 months and joining on the flights all the time. Wait, are you here today? Is Mrs. T-Fi flying with us? Usually, maybe not today. This is such a... oh, not flying today? All good. Just seeing if you're here. Thanks for rejoining. Appreciate it. Dude, this is such a awesome location. This route so far is incredible. Really well done. Good job, Sveno J, with the route on the World Tours website. This looks like it was one of the first routes added. Like in the URL, it has a ID of 33. So this is like one of the first ones submitted to the site. I think they're like almost in the thousands at this point. Dude, Lex, thanks for joining too, man. Lex, aren't you on the Say Intentions team, right? I caught one of your streams the other day, or maybe it was a replay of this stream. But thanks for joining, Lex. Oh, you're a mod, right? Which airport? We are currently at. Let me bring up the map again. We're at Fort Augustus. It's EGVZ, Echo Golf Victor Zulu. I'll type it in the chat. Yeah, I'm trying to keep the screen all cleaned up, but if I leave this in the corner, it's a little useful. The flight plan is pinned to the top of the chat, and it's in the video description as well if you want to download the full flight plan. It's a little tricky though if you join in the middle, because if you import the flight plan into the world map, it's going to start you at the first airport. So it gets a little, you'd have to like modify it, and then you'd have to like edit it with little nav maps so you start at the current airport. But it's easy enough to just jump into Fort Augustus here and just follow us all. Except just don't follow me, because I just always start in the wrong direction. Dude, Matt, thanks for 5 gifted memberships, man. You guys are too generous today. Thank you so much. Enjoy your stools and your hilarious googly-eyed emotes. Jeff says, Kip, thanks for the awesome videos on navigation. Oh, the VOR and ILS, awesome. Glad they're still useful. Sometimes I feel like they're getting a little outdated, but yeah, I'm glad they still help, Jeff. Yeah, the map and the plane. Yeah, this one is heading up, and this one is north up. But thankfully, I'm almost headed north right now. So, all right, the next airport we're going to is... oh, is this the 800-foot one? No, okay. It's a 3,000-foot long grass strip. The Feshi Bridge? Feshi Bridge Airfield. It's only 25 miles away. Our safe altitude is 4,000 feet this time. So we need to climb a little bit higher than we had before. Yeah, 25 miles away. Let me bring up the course here. There we go. Yeah, course is 095. All right, when you're all ready, let's roll. Dude, thanks again, Matt. Oh, my pitch trim was very, very nose up.
If you look out your window to the 11 o'clock
We're just going to follow the river here right in front of us.
About 1 kilometer away, you'll see the Queen Victoria Diamond Jubilee Fountain. This fountain was erected in 1897 to commemorate Queen Victoria's 60th year on the throne. It's a lovely piece of Victorian architecture, which means it's both old and a bit over the top. Interestingly, my friend Toby once tried to climb it.
Yeah, I don't know if there is a trim indicator.
It was a giant ice cream cone. He ended up in the local paper.
Hey, is it down here?
Not for his climbing skills,
no, that wouldn't make any sense.
But for his lack of them. Speaking of skills, your flying could use a bit of polish, much like that fountain. Anyway, the fountain is a popular spot for tourists who enjoy looking at things that spout water. It's also a favorite for local pigeons who consider it their personal bath.
Here, look at all the lights. We got such a big group today. Beautiful. She has no chill. Yeah, she's being kind of mean. She's brutal. We're going backwards again? Wait, no way. Are we? Am I going backwards again? I am going backwards again. I hate heading up maps. And also, it's not, because I'm not using GPS, it's not sequencing my legs. Centaurus is right. I'm going backwards again. All right, don't follow me. We need to appoint a new leader. Turk is going the right way. Follow Turk. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. What I should do is just turn this thing off. I'm just going to turn the GPS on just so I can stop going the wrong way and then cycle the GPS to the next waypoint. There we go. That's going off. Yeah, intended course is 095. All right, let me get this map. Okay, looks like it is sequenced to the right one now. Okay, there we go. Sorry. I don't know how to navigate. Don't trust me. I don't know what I'm doing. Next airport is EGZL. Zulu Lima. Zuma Lima. Zune Lima. EGZL. It's pretty close. This one's only 25 miles, more like 20 miles at this point. Yeah, 19 miles away. And this leg goes up, says 4,000 feet for safe elevation. Jeff says, I spent the past 4 hours setting up a Seattle to Chicago flight in the PMDG 900, new to every aspect. Oh, man. Yeah. I don't even jump in the PMDGs in the Boeings. I've flown the Phoenix a few times. But yeah, I think the CJ4 is definitely one of my favorites because it's really easy to start it up. Like that's half of the scary part of flying the airliners, are just the work you have to put in if you're going cold and dark and doing it all yourself. Just the startup procedure is half the battle, let alone programming the MCDU. But yeah, I love the simplicity of the citations, getting them started. I think earlier this week you guys were saying that Flight FX is going to be making a Citation X. And Flight FX makes the Honda Jet and the Vision Jet. They're so good, so I'm really excited for that. Like the Longitude is pretty good. Both the Longitude and the CJ4 citations got they got a lot of love from the working title team. So they're not horrible. They don't have anything like failures and stuff if you want that. So I think it'd be cool to have a business jet that has some wear and tear and failures and all that kind of stuff, though I'm not sure if Flight FX is going to go that route either. I just want like a Comanche. I want a Comanche level of detail, or like a FS Reborn level of detail in a business jet. Is that Turk? Turk, are you going vertical right now? News of a Citation X. Yeah, I think that must be the Flight FX one. So yeah, that's pretty exciting. There's just a lack of business jets. Like we have like the Phenom 100. We have some like lighter jets, but if you want like a slightly bigger one, you want like a Citation style. You really only have what, the Citation and the two Citations really. So I think that would be awesome. I love the liveries for this thing, man. Someone's rocking the lipstick. Yeah, the CRJ. Yeah, the CRJ is cool. It's just more airliner-like. You know, you still have the whole startup procedure is still, it feels like I'm flying an airliner. Might as well be flying an Airbus. But I do like the CRJ. The Aerosoft ones are really cool. That plane's pretty fun too because it can't support any RNAV approaches. Like you pretty much need an ILS approach or you're doing a visual approach. So it kind of limits where you can go comfortably. So I like those kind of limitations. That's why, I mean, Thursday was frustrating flying the Fokker, but I kind of love the idea of learning it and having limitations like keeping the GPS off and flying some routes with just VOR navigation in a jet would be pretty fun. So I haven't done that before, but the challenge sounds pretty great. Got my flaps. Still had a notch of flaps in, I think. There we go. Oh, Lear 35A by FlySimware. Yeah. I've heard it's in early access. I haven't tried it. But you like it, Drake? You've flown it? All right, we're only 6 miles away. All right, let me see which runways we have here. It's going to be perpendicular to us. 21 and 03.
About 18 kilometers away, you'll see the Strathspey
Winds are
Railway.
variable. Either runway is fine.
It's a heritage railway that runs through the Scottish Highlands, which is like a normal railway, but with more nostalgia and fewer delays. The railway was originally opened in 1863.
And we're looking for a 3,000-foot grass strip for this one.
Steam engines were a good idea. It's now a popular tourist attraction.
It's fun and very fast. Nice.
The Cairngorms National Park. Interestingly, my friend Toby once tried to impress a date by pretending he was a train conductor on the Strathspey Railway. He ended up accidentally pulling the emergency brake and causing a minor panic. His date was not impressed.
I think it's right
but the sheep
here.
Nearby seemed
So
quite
either one of
entertaining.
these, either one will work. Yeah, I think they're right here where Lake Pilot's at, where the airfield is. All right, I'm going to swing out to the right. And land on 03. All right, let me try to get this, my rate of descent under control here. I gotta get the flaps out way sooner and try to get a good rate of descent going. I just try to chop and drop a lot. I'm hitting at like 300 to 500 feet per minute, which is embarrassing. Can do better than that. Well, in theory, I can do better than that. All right, flaps are full. Winds are supposed to be variable at 1 knot, so either runway works. Looks like the terrain's fine for both runways, since it's running parallel to the mountainside there. And we might have to turn the sun back a little bit after this landing. It's getting pretty dark. All right, under 500 feet per minute, hopefully. I know, we're going like 1,000 feet per minute all of a sudden. Yeah, you need to leave in a decent amount of power. All right, 346, it's still not great. Yeah, this thing, it drops pretty quickly. Like if you pull it to idle, you're just gonna drop like a rock, so you kind of need to keep the power in. Forget, do we have a beta mode in this? Yeah, we do. Right, yeah, it stops like crazy. We were landing in all those soccer fields and stuff on Tuesday. Yeah, we're gonna need to adjust the light. We're gonna need to turn the lights on. The sun. The big light. Oh, DHC-4, nice. That plane is really fun to fly, actually. It's a little intimidating inside, but so many planes that are just so scary because you just, the first time you load in, the amount of buttons and switches and stuff, just like, oh man. But if they support the assisted checklist, like I'm a huge fan of just like starting it up and just flying it to see how much you enjoy actually flying it. And then if you love it, then you can spend the time learning the checklist and the procedures and stuff, if you even want to. Oh, land's kind of like the MU2. Yeah, it's definitely not one that you just chop the power. You don't just bring it to idle and land. Did I say we're landing in a soccer? Oh no, we did that on Tuesday when the short came out, the shorts, the one a bunch of us are flying right now, because it's got really good STOL performance. So we were checking out the city update. And flying in Spain and Portugal, Sweden, flew a bunch of different countries. And yeah, we were testing it out by landing in a bunch of soccer fields and stadiums. All right, I think we're at the hour-and-a-half mark, so I think it's a good time for a little bit of a pit stop. So if you guys want to refill beverages, use the restroom, all that good stuff, we'll take a 3 to 5 minute break here. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the time of day back to, we're gonna skip from sunset to sunrise. Nighttime is not very long here though, huh? All right, now we'll take our little rest stops. If you guys want to grab grab your beverages, say hi to your family, your animals, your refrigerator, whatever you need to do. Take a little break. I think this could live up in the corner. There we go. All right, a little rest stop. I'm gonna do that. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. All right, I'm back. We're almost at the 5-minute mark. What's up, Area 10? Yeah, of course, join. That's what it's for. Let's go. Yeah, of course. Everybody is welcome to join. You can fly whatever you want, but a bunch of us are in planes that go around, I'd say under 200 knots is good, like 150 to 200 knots. I think the Skyvan gets up to like 170 in its green arc. I'm going to get the sun turned on a little bit more here. Yeah, we're currently at Fort Augustus. Oh, sorry, no, we're at, we're at the Feshy Bridge Airfield. The next is Dundee. So we're at EGZL. And the next one's going to be EGPN, Papa November. To the southeast. Let me set my heading bug in advance so I don't turn the wrong way for the third time. And let me get the time of the day in a little more into sunrise here so we can see. All right, it's a good time to check your fuel too if you're not using unlimited fuel. Might want to add a little bit of fuel or just click up here and balance it all out again. Just gonna fill it up. The progress bar is for our final destination. It's just too annoying to update it every single time. It's a lot of work. I just put in the final destination so we know overall how far the stream we're through, basically. Oh, maybe I'll do I kind of want to fly the CJ4 again after this. All right, I'm going to check my next track is 145. Actually set this and look at it. I was trying not to use GPS at all, but it's impossible for me. All right, so yeah, when we take off, we want to turn to our new desired course here, 145. Looks like the next few airfields are right next to each other, so we'll probably, yeah, so we're going to Dundee. This airport is a hard surface, asphalt, 4,500 feet long, lighted runway, according to a little nav map. Oh, there's a plus 25% button. Oh, on flow, nice. Is it just normal flight sim online? Yeah, Dom, all you have to do is make sure you choose USA West. So up in the top right corner, you can't see me click it, but when you click your name in the top right, just make sure you're on West USA. And if you're on the world map, there's another thing to set. You want to set it to all players in multiplayer. There are two options under the fuel flight conditions in the top right of the world map. Under the multiplayer setting, you'll want to pick all players. And that's to ensure you see everybody regardless of what they set their time. So for example, because I'm not using real time right now, I don't want it to be too dark, so I've made it morning. If you don't have all players selected from the world map in the flight conditions section in the top right corner, then you won't see everybody because we have different times of day. Oh, is there an RNAV approach for the next airport? I'm just landing visually for all of them. The weather's good, and I'm not, we're not using ATC or anything like that. I'm just flying all casual like. But this one is a 48-mile leg down to the southeast to Dundee, and it looks like as soon as we take off, we're going to be going through a nature reserve, the Glenmore National. Oh no, yeah, there's a few nature reserves. Then we're going to go past. Yeah, it's a big national park here. The Cairnorms, maybe? Yeah, so we're going to be in a park for a while, national park, for half of this leg. And then we're going to get over towards the coastline again. Next airport is EGPN. It would be so cool if I could tell Volanta to automatically change it to the current airport and the next airport. That would be such a cool feature. But it only shows the progress bar stuff for the entire route from start to finish. But yeah, we're just going to the southeast. All right, let's get the parking brake off. Get my prop fully forward. And get one notch of flaps down. Oh yeah, the glance. That's the other thing in this thing. The glance left and right is so bad. It looks into the cabin for some reason. All right, let's go. If you guys are ready. Looks like a few people are still on the side. They're still using their rest facilities, potentially. Yeah, so EGPN is next. Echo Golf Papa November. All right, they can catch up. Let's roll. Yeah, the nose, setting the trim indicator or setting the trim on this is not easy too, because you have no idea how nose up it is or nose down it is. Like mine looks pretty nose down right now. All right, we're turning to the left.
About 4 kilometers away,
I'm right this time, don't worry. We're definitely turning to the left.
Now, sheepdogs are fascinating creatures because they were invented by farmers who got tired of chasing sheep themselves. They were first discovered in the 18th century when someone noticed that dogs could be trained to do more than just bark at the postman. The working sheepdogs here are particularly famous because they can herd sheep into the shape of famous landmarks, like the Eiffel Tower or a giant sheep. It's a popular spot for tourists who enjoy watching dogs do things that humans are too lazy to do themselves. My friend Toby once tried to join in with the sheepdogs, thinking he could herd sheep better than them. He ended up being chased by the sheep instead and had to be rescued by a very confused border collie.
Oh, Toby. Oh, hey, Janet, I just got a text from Toby saying he can't wait to take you out on a date for dinner. He wants to go to a place that serves really excellent al pastor burritos.
Oh, Toby, always full of surprises. Did you know that al pastor burritos were invented by the ancient Aztecs? They didn't call them burritos, of course. They called them wraps of the gods because they believed the combination of beans, meat, and cheese could summon rain. Toby once tried to recreate an Aztec burrito ritual in his kitchen and ended up summoning the fire brigade instead. Classic Toby. Anyway, tell him I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, she wants to go. Let's go, Toby. Toby's got a date. You know, imagine if we could talk to both of them. Like, you could talk to Toby and then talk to her and play telephone. Toby's got a date. Our boy's growing up. Now I want a burrito. Sorry about that. How is a dog better at herding sheep than a human? You ever seen a dog run? They're so fast. I would love to see a human trying to herd sheep instead of a dog. You've ever seen those videos, like overhead videos of dogs rounding up like massive numbers of sheep? It's pretty incredible, actually. Janet's a fan. Turk's leading the group again. Follow the clownfish. I'm gonna get right up on Turk's wing. Who's being intercepted now, Turk? Instead of finding Nemo, following Nemo. Yes. Accurate. All right, Dundee, here we come. This leg's 48 miles, a little longer than the other ones. We got 37 left. Yeah, they gotta fix these glance left and right cameras. This is glance left. This is glance right. I'm just surprised that this stuff isn't caught during the development of the plane. Like, does nobody use the quick glance views with their hat? Like, how could you not? Unless you're doing it with a joystick like this, or everybody's using a Tobii eye tracker, but I doubt it. Surprising what kind of bugs can get through. All right, we're pretty high. I feel like I want to get down further. It says 4,500 for our safe altitude, so we're definitely there. We're at 5,000 feet. And we're still in the national park area. When we get a little further south, down to here on the map, looks like we'll be exiting the park, maybe into some more populated areas. And we'll be back to the coast. And then the flight plan has us turning west after we hit the coast again and going across the entire country to the west side. And there's a couple islands there it has us hop to, so got a bunch more ahead of us. Hold my hand, Turk. Hold my hand. The fish livery is just so funny. I wonder if other people are going to see that and start making silly liveries for other planes. That would be funny. You just get a marketplace update where it's like mega pack of hilarious liveries with lipstick and faces and fish. I'm going to pull the power out a bit, try to get a little lower. See, can we just follow this river? I think it might go away from where we're going. Nah, looks like we can't follow it. Fish says I just set off on my flight from Texas to Savannah. Good luck. Wait, what are you flying, Fish? Good luck with your flight. Oh, you have your cargo ramp down? Oh, you can see the skydivers. It won't show on my stream. Oh, yeah. So it'll only show on my end if I... Wait, where'd you go, Turk? You still above me? Okay. Yeah, it'll only show on my stream if I put my cargo ramp down as well. So if I do this, and then I look at your plane, I'll see your cargo door open now. I got the military version going. But if I catch up to Turk now, or anybody else that's in a short, like Corrupt, I'll see all of their ramps open now. It just does whatever mine does. So let's go take a look inside their cargo doors. It's very rude, but we're just gonna go and take a look. Don't mind me, I'm just surveying. It's pretty cool that they gave four different configurations for it. The Microsoft planes are just, it always seems worth it because they're good enough, and all their partnerships with like Indie Builds and other developers adds a little more quality to the planes.
If you
And then
look
they're
out to your 2 o'clock, about 11 kilometers
they end up being
away,
like, if you're on the deluxe
you'll see
version,
the
you end up,
rivers
or
meet. The birthplace
Premier
of the river Erie.
Deluxe Premium, then they're only
This is where
$10
two
instead of
rivers come
15.
together to form
Pretty nice.
one, which is a bit like when two people get married, except with more water and less arguing. The River Ericht was discovered by ancient water enthusiasts who were probably just looking for a place to fish. It's important because it provides
Water
which
enthusiasts.
is essential for things like drinking, washing, and making tea. Interestingly, my friend Toby once tried to swim across the river's meet after a night out. He ended up losing his trousers and his dignity, but he did find a new appreciation for dry land. Speaking of dry land, your flying skills could use a bit of work.
Again?
Maybe try to keep us a bit steadier, yeah?
She wants me to use the autopilot, and believe it or not, I refuse. Trying to catch up to Underdog here. Look at it, look at his surveillance equipment. Or we got a little glance. And Turk's got a bunch of skydiving passengers in the back of his. All right, 17 miles to go. How do you make them jump out? Unfortunately, you can't. That would be so cool, though. I really hope that Flight Sim 2024 gives developers a lot more capability to do stuff like that. That might be what's happening, like, with all the missions that they showed in the trailers of, like, you know, hauling cargo with a rope from or like a cable from a helicopter, or like the firefighting stuff and the crop dusting stuff. Hopefully all of those things are also capabilities. Like, maybe they're just almost showcasing the new capabilities in the SDK for developers, so we can end up with really cool missions and stuff like that, or skydiving, and, you know, could be pretty cool. Yeah, wait, was skydiving? Skydiving was one of the ones they showed, right? They showed didn't they show the passengers jumping out? The skydivers jump out? I think they did, yeah. It's been a while since I've seen that video, so I forget exactly which scenarios they showed, but yeah. I'm sure things like NeoFly and On Air Company and those kind of career modes will, I hope they get updated too, so when you get to the point, you'll actually see the skydivers jump out. It's gonna be really cool. Is Turk showing? Oh, yeah, I see all their faces. I can see the skydivers looking right at us. Let me try to get a little bit closer. They're ready for release. It's pretty cool. It's cool that they're animated too. Very safe maneuvers all around. All right, 11 miles out. The Kodiak's great for skydivers. I went skydiving once a long time ago, and I don't even know what kind of plane we were in. It might have been a Kodiak. I wasn't paying attention at the time. I didn't know anything about airplanes at all. Arguably, still don't know too much. All right, let's see what's coming up here. Dundee has a 4,500 foot hard surface runway. Runways 9er and 27. And winds are calm. So it looks like runway 9 will be good. 092 for the runway heading. For any OBS fans. PA 28 struggling to keep up. What is the 28? Is that the Warrior or an Arrow? Which one is that? Mr. Anderson says, I hope Microsoft Flight Sim completely fixes model matching, multiplayer, shared cockpit. Yeah. Shared cockpit would be the most impactful change to the sim since it came out. It would just be it'd be a total, no pun intended, game changer. I can just imagine like all the Flight Sim Discord servers, the friend zone and stuff, people will just be planning flights with each other in shared cockpit mode. And I really hope they do passenger support too. So you can have, wouldn't it be cool if you had an intercom so you get voice chat while you're in the same plane together and you can just talk to your friends while you're flying along, and then you can swap seats. So it'd be like, hey, so-and-so requested becoming left seat up front, taking over as pilot, or so-and-so wants to fly pilot right seat. You could hand controls over, you could swap seats. Be really cool. Yeah, training sessions. Yeah, it just opens up a lot of possibilities. Or like, what about people that are really good at flying fighter jets? You know, like they specialize in formation flying and stuff, and now they can take passengers virtually with them, like Blue Angel style YouTube videos, you know? Could be really, really fun. It'll just make it a totally different, just the interactions between people will be, it'll just be so cool. It'll change it drastically. They've had it on their list forever, like since Flight Sim 2020 came out. People want it. Being able to take folks for a ride. Yeah, exactly. Like, what if you don't want to fly right now, but you want to see somebody who's like really good at flying like an Airbus, and you want to be a passenger on their plane? What if they could take like, 10 or 20 multiplayer people in with them? Be really cool. All right, let's get down. We're a mile away. It's right below us. Here it is. I'm going to fly over the field because I'm too late. Actually, I'll just turn outbound. Sitting here chatting with you guys, not paying attention to flying. Classic. This is the way. Yeah, taking passengers. Yeah, it would be so cool. Somebody's in the Zeppelin. Big game hunters in the Zeppelin.
If you look out to your 2 o'clock, about 2 kilometers away, you'll see Benvie Cemetery. Cemeteries are like parks, but with more dead people. Benvie Cemetery was established in the 19th century, which is a long time ago, even before the internet. It's a place where people from the past are buried, which is why it's called a cemetery and not a living room. Benvie Cemetery is quite important because it's where people go when they're done being alive. It's also a popular spot for goths and people who enjoy quiet walks among tombstones. My friend Toby once tried to camp there overnight to prove he wasn't scared of ghosts. He ended up running out screaming after he thought he saw a ghost, but it turned out to be a plastic bag caught in the wind. Classic Toby.
Classic Toby. The cemeteries for goths. Oh my god. It's like a park, but with more dead people. What? All right, keep the power in this time. Oh, 194. I'm bouncing though. 2 landings. All right, 194. It doesn't really count because I didn't stick the landing. Toby is misunderstood. Poor guy. All right, we are in Dundee now. Big game in the Zeppelin. Yeah, that 194 sounds good, but definitely doesn't count. Next airport is going to be EGQL. Actually, we're just going to fly by these next two. They're both really close. We'll do a full stop when we get to Edinburgh. But the next two are like 7 and 10 miles apart, respectively. So, yeah, we'll just do like maybe touch and goes or just overfly them. Oh, dude, the DHC-4 is so fun. And it's a gigantic bird. Fredericks, what's up? What is going on with that livery? What the? What? Oh, it's gone now. So many shorts. John's bringing up the tail end of the train here in the Kodiak. I'll type what's next in the chat just so you guys have the codes there. Next is... Well, we're going to fly by. We'll either do a touch and go or fly by. EGQL, then we got EGRK. Then we'll do a full stop. EGPH. Oh, and more showing up. I think multiplayer is going to, multiplayer is kind of glitching a little bit. We got a Vision Jet. You love to see it. The Egg. What's up, Fredericks? You got minus 57 feet per minute in the shorts. Beautiful. Tiny adjustments on short final. Yeah, it definitely gets like way more touchy, right? I'm so used to like just pulling out a lot of power, but if you do that in the shorts, it drops way too fast. And then you get those lovely 500 foot per minute landings like I do. Looks like the wind's changed and well, we landed on the preferred runway. Another really cool stop. Yeah, the multiplayer is struggling a little bit right now with all of us. It's kind of, people are like appearing and disappearing. All right, see you, Drake. Have a good one. Hope you have a good weekend. Okay, next track, 134. So these next couple airports, you can see they're like really close together. So we're just going to do a flyby, or you can do a touch and go if it's convenient, but we're just going to keep it moving until we get to Echo Golf Papa Hotel. But 134 is our first course. Since most of us are in shorts, we can probably just get to the middle of the runway here and just take off from here. There we go. This is enough space. What if we're in pants? Yeah, you need a little longer. Need a little more runway if you're in pants, I guess. Yeah, new code for if you're not in the shorts, you're flying a pants. Is it a shorts? Oh, well then it's a pants. Makes sense. I like the logic. Airbus 320, pants. Kodiak, pants. Diamond, sorry, also pants. Only the shorts are the shorts. All right, when we take off, we're heading to the southeast and then to the south after that. So our full stop's going to be... I always want to say Edinburgh for some reason. At Edinburgh. Edinburgh? Janet, how do we pronounce Edinburgh in the city in Scotland? All right, E-G-P-H.
Ah, Edinburgh. It's pronounced Edinburgh.
Edinburgh?
Not Edinburgh.
Hey, she's pretty
like some
good.
People might think. It's a bit like trying to say Edinburgh, but with a mouthful of haggis. Speaking of haggis, did you know it was originally made as a way to use up all the leftover bits of a sheep? My friend
Edinburgh.
Toby once tried to make his own haggis and ended up in A&E with a sheep's lung stuck in his toaster.
What? What? A sheep's lung stuck in his toaster? What? Kip got called out. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce anything. I'm horrible at it. Sometimes I'll get lucky, but yeah, it's definitely luck and not skill when I pronounce something correctly. Edinburgh. The Zeppelin in the background still. Big Game is trying to fly along in the Zeppelin. I don't know if you're going to be able to catch up. It looks so funny. What the? Is that a Zeppelin following you guys? Yeah. It's just Big Game. Don't worry about it. Just keep looking straight ahead. Acts like everything is normal. All right, yeah, these next two airports are really close, so we're just gonna fly by them. If a touch and go is something you want to do, feel free. Yeah, this runway is perpendicular to us, so I'm just gonna fly over this first one. This first one is Lucars, and then Pilmuir. I can't pronounce any of these. And then Edinburgh. But we'll do a full stop at Edinburgh when we get there. Not Edinburgh, but Edinburgh. Edinburgh. Practicing. Big Game is flying right over the water. Right over there. Thing looks like an alien spacecraft. So out of place. It's great. All right, now we're going to turn a little more to the south Little southwest. 203 is our new course. All right, 203. We're gonna fly over EGRK. Which is Pilmweir or something like that. Pilmweir Farm. This one is only 10 miles from us now. Let's see. Oh, this one. Okay, actually, we have to land at this one because it's an 830-foot grass strip. 830 feet. We gotta try it. It's gonna be absolutely horrible. (830 feet), and the runway directions are 2, 1, and 4. Neither one of them is really preferred. 2-1 is going to be easier for us. It's a 217 heading. Six miles away. Should you try landing? I think everybody should try a landing because it's going to be hilarious. Is that it right there where Ryan's at? I'm not sure, actually. That might be it. It says we're still 5 miles out, though. Maybe a little further. If you guys want to use OBS, the runway heading is 217. I'm just going to put my bug on 217. Right around there. Yeah, it's really close to the water. And to the left of it, there should be a road. Before the road. Oh, is this it right here? It might be right. Is it right here? It's so hard to find the grass strips, especially one that's 800 long. This looks like it might be it right here where Josh is heading. It's like a little bit darker. It's more of a dark green grass strip. This is going to be wonderful. Yeah, 2 miles. I think this is it right here. This little tiny grass strip. All right, flaps 1. Oh, that's flaps 2. I had the flaps up still. Very, very short. Yeah, 800 feet. Looks like you might be able to use some of the field right before it. All right, flaps are fully down. Yeah, I think that's it. It's got to be it. We got reversers in the shorts. But yeah, there's a whole field right after this tree here. You could potentially just touch down right after the tree. Get a little more runway length there, just using the field. Kind of bumpy on final. I'm gonna get beta mode ready. Oh no, it's gonna be a hard landing again. Oh, that's not too bad. Brakes, reversers. Oh yeah, with the beta mode. With the beta mode, it's doable. It's pretty difficult. Yeah, if you're not in a shorts or something like that, you could touch down it's just a little bit. There's like fuel. Yeah, there's like a fuel tank over here. Fuel service right over there. Or fuel pumps. This is going to be a disaster. Most people aren't going to be able to stop in 800 feet. I've set you guys up for failure. Wait, Lulich, did you actually land the Vision Jet? No way. This is no problem for the shorts. If you have that beta, that reverser set, you can stop so fast in the shorts. Big games coming in. Oh man, it's too funny. Cyber. Cyber was going for 15 landings in a row as usual. Oh, PC-12. Oh, the Bronco's stopping real fast. There's, of course, a little bit of a ledge right afterwards. It's not too bad. There's a little bit of a downhill at the end. This is just silly. I mean, we had to try to land here. It's the shortest strip on the route. Ridiculously short. We had to do it. This music seems appropriate. We've heard this song before. '80s landing challenge music. $310R, no stopping power. Okay, Area. Area said, enjoy the group, have to go. Have a good one, dude. Thanks for joining us. This is hilarious. All right, Frederick's coming in. He's in the shorts. No excuses. Get that reverse thrust ready to go. Oh yeah, the thing stops so fast. Beautiful. The music's awesome. That was good timing for that song to turn on. Oh, is that with the diamond? Oh, diamond's pretty. That was pretty good stopping. I mean, it's got a little field here. What is going on? I don't know if Big Game Hunter is a certified Zeppelin pilot or not. Oh man, what is going on today? I mean, we've done the landing, but the takeoff is going to be even more difficult probably. It's a little bit of a distraction for people landing. I can see why maybe the landing wasn't so easy. Oh, the humanity. Oh, man. All right, this is going to be an interesting takeoff here. But there's a pretty big field here to the right. So and over here. There are a lot of fields. So it looks like if we need to extend it, we could definitely just move over to a field. The terrain might be a little too rugged, but if you need that extra takeoff distance, even in the shorts, we might need a little more distance for takeoff. Orbits is down on the TBM 850. Will he stop it? Can he avoid the rotating Zeppelin? Usual binding for reverse doesn't work. It seems to work for me. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it worked. So I flip a switch. Yeah, it does work for me. The one I use is like the hold throttle reverse. Let me find it. Now the music is just funny. I have it on my stick, but wherever you have a switch that you can use, and I would recommend using this one and not using a toggle. The toggle is not reliable. But if you do the hold toggle or hold throttle reverse thrust. So I'm using one on my stick hand where I have like a little switch I can flip up or down with my finger, like a little trigger guard kind of switch. So I flip that to turn it on and it'll just hold it. But yeah, hold toggle reverse thrust. Any kind of up down switch. It needs to be a persistent on off switch. It's much more reliable. I was using the toggle one for a while and it kept messing up. And like it just, even trying it on the ground, like I would have to hit it multiple times sometimes. But the toggle switch is really, really reliable. So even if you have your throttle up, like I have my throttle max right now, if I toggle it, look, it instantly goes to full reverse. It can take a little getting used to because when you flip it, it's reversed, right? When you push the lever forward, it's reversing more. So this is, yeah, lever up, lever down, lever up, goes back more, lever down, goes back to idle. But yeah, it's pretty good. Short field takeoff, yeah. I don't know what our flaps are for short field in the shorts. But I'll just do the 30 degrees, which is the second notch. See how that goes. All right, we're going to continue to the south, 21 miles to Edinburgh. Oh, nice, Turk. Oh, but Turk, did you just land a second time? All right, I'm going to get it set up over here so I'm facing more the direction we're going to travel. What is this bus doing? There's just a bus here. Had to fly over the airport? Yeah. Yeah, this trip is going to be too little for most planes. This is, I don't even know if the shorts is going to... I don't know. We'll see. I think the shorts will be okay. I'm going to try 30 degrees on the flaps. Prop is full forward. And our next course is 220 to Edinburgh. 220. It's pretty much straight ahead. All right, only 20 miles to Edinburgh. Practicing saying it. You were finding the Vision Jet. That's pretty crazy. All right, parking brake off. Holding the brakes. Max throttle. Got the torque up. All right, releasing the brakes. Airspeed's alive. 40 knots. 50. 60. Ooh. I don't think I was giving it enough back pressure, actually. Probably could have taken off. We're just destroying our landing gear. It's fine. It's a rental. And we're going to keep heading the same direction down the coast.
If you look out to your 9
And then we're
o'clock,
gonna-
about 1 kilometer away, you'll
We're
see
going to cross the water and then
standing
land
stones
at
of London.
Edinburgh.
These stones are ancient, which means they're really old. They were probably put there by people who didn't have much else to do, like TV or the internet. The stones are arranged in a circle, which is a shape. Circles are important in history because they don't have corners, which makes them mysterious. The standing stones are a popular spot for tourists who enjoy standing around looking at other things that are standing around. My friend Toby once tried to climb one of the stones after a few too many drinks. He ended up getting stuck
Did I
and
turn
had
off
to be
the
rescued by the local
POIs?
fire brigade. They weren't impressed, but Toby said it was the most attention he'd had in years.
All right, we're back inside. Sunglasses are on. Circles a shape. You know, some people go to public school. Some people get homeschooled. Some people learn everything from Janet. What could go wrong? Sure, it'll be fine. Oh, we actually have waves here. What? I feel like I never see waves. Never see the tide. Janet's the flight code name for commuters going to Area 51. Oh, is it? This is Kirkcaldy. These names are difficult for me to say. Kirkcaldy. I'm sure it's not pronounced that way. And then coming up on the coast, Kinghorn, right over here. We actually have some POIs down here to the south, which is where we're heading. All right, Edinburgh, runway 24. 8,000 foot runway. Little change of pace from where we were just now. Oh, you got a crash, Qubits? I don't think I've had a hard crash yet, but I definitely still get the stutters where it'll stop for like 20 seconds or so. Land 10 times in a row, definitely. I still see this Zeppelin back there. That thing is massive. You can see it from literally miles away. I'm gonna head over here to see what the points of interest are over here. The city is over here, but the airport's a little more to the west. How many miles from the airport? We are 8 miles away. Gonna take a little detour here to see the city of Edinburgh first. Got a couple points of interest. Do a little bit of sightseeing. Turk, why are you in the stratosphere? What's happening? Did it show Turk way up? Turk's doing Turk things. Edinburgh Castle. Palace of Holyrood House? I'll just circle around the city a little bit before, so everybody, for a minute, so everybody can catch up, and then we'll head to the airport, just a little bit west of here. 7 miles to the west. Scottish House of Parliament. I'm going to bring the drone out there. Check out the detail. We can appreciate the 3D modelers. Dynamic Earth. Oh, there's a clock. It's a different time than before. So this is definitely not the release date Easter egg. Wait, what is up with the Roman numerals on this thing? Why does this have an X? What's going on? 10? What is this? It's like an upside down 7, and then 2, and then 10 maybe? And then 2 again? What is going on with this clock? Here's 5 down here instead of here. What? And then there's 4, which isn't even, that isn't even how you write 4. What's going on? This isn't even, this is no Roman numeral. 4. This is very weird. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. It is mirrored. Here's 1, 2, 3, but 4. Why is 4 written like that? Interesting. And then this looks like 3 instead of 7. Yeah, the distance not too bad. But yeah, if it reads 150, 148, January 2048, I guess, is when Flight Sim 2024 is coming out. All right, let's keep going. We're gonna go to the west and check Edinburgh Castle real quick, and then we're gonna head to the west 7 miles where the airport is. Quick flyby of the castle. All right, over to our gigantic... Oh, we have a couple more POIs over here, actually. Over where Qubits is at. And then landing runway, you could use 24 or 06. It's a big one. 8,400 foot runway. Big enough for the Zeppelin. Big Game is actually flying that thing around. I'm impressed. That thing is not super easy to fly, if I remember right.
That dominates the skyline of Edinburgh from its position atop the volcanic Castle Rock.
Oh, we have bridges over here.
The castle has been there since at least the 12th century, which is a really long time ago, like before smartphones.
I mean, I don't want to cause any alarm, but there are several bridges over here.
Thought it would be a good idea to have a big stone house on a rock. Edinburgh Castle is famous for its role in the Wars of Scottish Independence, which were like a really intense game of capture the flag, but with more swords and fewer rules. People visit it to see the crown jewels and the Stone of Destiny, which sounds like something from a fantasy novel, but is actually just a big rock that people used to sit on to become king. My friend Toby once tried to sneak into the castle after hours, thinking he could find some hidden treasure. Instead, he got stuck in a medieval toilet, which is basically a hole in the ground. He had to be rescued by the fire brigade, and they weren't too pleased about it. By the way, your flying is a bit wobbly, isn't it?
No.
Makes me wonder if you got your license from a cereal box.
A cereal box? Like a toy in a cereal box? A private pilot certificate in a cereal box. She's not wrong. Whoa, the truck is actually on top of the bridge. We have a triple bridge system. Janet's something else, yeah. All right, we gotta watch some of these bridge aerobatics, of course. So many bridges. That's awesome. Three handcrafted bridges in a row. Still get the fun glitch where it shows multiplayer. Shows everybody going on top of the bridges temporarily. Victor's just dipped his toes in the water. Oh yes, big game hunters coming in. Oh, here we go. Epic Zeppelin going under bridges. He's going to attempt it. It's going to be a world first. No, this is not going to end well. Oh no. Yeah, that thing cannot fit under the bridge, that's for sure. No way. I don't think there's enough room. The Zeppelin is just massive. No, that's a fail. He's sliding in under it on the water. You gotta respect the attempt, though. All right, let's unpause. I think it's time for another break at this airport. Let's go land at Edinburgh. And we'll do another rest stop. Our second rest stop of the stream. And then after that, we have, let's see, maybe about 100 miles left in the flight plan. All right, super long runway. Flaps are down. This is a silly song. $300. It felt like it was going to be so soft. It wasn't. The Zeppelin, dude, every time. Surprises me every time. I'm just like, what is that? All right, once you guys are down, we'll do another pit stop here. A little rest stop action. Oh, you had a CTD too, John? All right. John's calling it a night. Thanks for joining, John. Good to see you. This is a pretty good screenshot opportunity. It's all these planes on short final all lined up. Beautiful. Perfect. Dom's just dusting the whole area up. We're gonna do another little rest stop here. We're almost done with the flight plan. Pretty good. Pretty good pace, I think. Total distance remaining here, 136. Yeah, 136 miles. At a 346. has us going to the west. And then we're getting into the, it's taking us out to the islands off the west coast. All right, guys, now's a good pit stop time. If you got it. Yeah, I see you coming in, Ninja. Turk has switched over to the F-22. What's up, Ant? We're at Edinburgh, EGPH. I'll put that map in the corner again. And the last part of the route takes us all the way to the west towards the islands off the west coast. We are going to take a rest stop here. We'll give it like, 3-5 minutes, something like that. If you guys are already landed, you guys can just get your rest stop started. Go hit the FBO. There are a couple gates here, but the building's invisible. Interesting setup they've got here in Scotland. Does it look like this for you guys too? The buildings just aren't loaded in for me. Next airport is Cumbernauld, EGPG. There's our next leg in the chat. I think we should do a series. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark. So I think we'll take a little break here, and then we will we'll probably do some touch and goes or just fly by some of the airports just to save a little time. It's a pretty long route today. Dude, that was a really good center line. Beautiful. Ninja with the center line. Look at that. Touching the paint. Very nice. Turk sounded awesome on the flyby. He's just here dusting us up. If he gets low enough, he'll be dusting the field. All right, it's been a few minutes already, so I'll just put up the rest stop timer for another like 2 minutes or so. Then we'll continue. I'll be right back. All right. I have calories in hand. Turk's still doing flybys. A successful dusting. All right, next airport. Yeah, I think just for the sake of time, especially you guys who have been here from the start, we're going on 3 hours, so I'm definitely gonna hit the autopilot on this leg to the west, and then I think we'll just fly over each of the airfields. Maybe we'll stop at. Maybe we want to stop at Glasgow. Janet, do you say Glasgow or Glasgow? She's gonna go to Glasgow.
Well, that's a fascinating question. You see, Glasgow, or Glasgow as some people call it, is a city in Scotland.
True.
It was founded in the 6th century.
So maybe we'll stop
by
at one of these,
Saint
but
Mungo,
we'll fly over a couple.
Who was a saint, obviously.
So we can give it a
The
little
name
rest.
Glasgow comes from the Gaelic glashue, which means dear green place, although it's not always green and not always dear.
Glasgow.
My friend Toby once got lost in Glasgow and ended up at a wedding he wasn't invited to. He gave a speech and everything.
That was it? She just ended the story right there. Sounded like she was going to keep talking. All right, 276 is our course. I'm going to use the autopilot this time. All right, 276. Let me set this to GPS mode. And then we're going to use track mode. All right, we can take off from wherever we want. Nice big game at another successful Zeppelin. I can't believe you're actually keeping up with us in the Zeppelin. I think it goes way faster than I thought. You just have it on full steam ahead. Now watch out for the pappies there. All right, prop full forward. All right, I'm taking you off the wrong direction. That's fine. I'll take off this way, and we're gonna want to turn around though. We need to go to the northeast. Wait, no, we need to go to the west. I'm not gonna get confused again. Sorry, west. 276. I am the right way. All right. 276 for the course. Headed west. We're gonna take advantage of autopilot. Or I will finally. You guys probably have been already here and there. Nav mode. I keep pitching up and it keeps wanting to pull me back down to the ground. There we go. Finally give the left hand a rest here. Okay, to the west we go. Yeah, we're gonna fly by EGPG, which is Cumbernauld. What is going on with the, it's just constantly turning me. Let's try track mode again. You're gonna need to turn to the left now, autopilot. There we go. Just for Janet banter, I'll get that ATC. It's actually really good. Like the Janet thing is just one part of it. Like I use it almost every stream. I do want to do some more beyond ATC use as well, but yeah, there's just something about the multiplayer thing is like such a. It just feels so. It's so nice to hear other people speaking as if you're on like VATSIM or something. It's great. They're making improvements so fast too. Like they're kind of overhauling all the IFR stuff right now. But overall, it's great. Like especially for VFR. Like that's where they started was VFR. But the IFR stuff's getting better and better. Can't believe that that clicking sound in this thing is just the clock, right? Pull our throttle back to about 60. There we go. The clock sound is so loud. It sounds like something's just rattling around. I think it's the clock. Somebody called out the clock last time and it seems to sync up. I don't know. You think it's the pitch trim, isn't it? Oh, maybe you're right that it's the pitch trim wheel. Because whenever I use the pitch trim, it makes that sound. Yeah, I think you might be right, Fredericks. Yeah. Because if I use electric pitch trim up and down on my stick, it makes the same sound. It's just a coincidence that it's every second or so it's adjusting the trim. Didn't even calculate our max EGTs here. I think this thing is really cool though. What are we at on the temperature? 11 it looks like. Positive 11. .572, 573. Only at 400. This thing is chilling. It's fine. Autopilot's on. Relax for a minute. Get altitude hold mode in finally. Let's see. Our minimum safe altitude doesn't go higher than 3,500. It's mostly 2,000 feet, but it goes up to 3,500 after we pass Glasgow. Janet wasn't much help though. I don't know if it's Glasgow or Glasgow. Glasgow. Avison says it's Glasgow. Posh is in the Dark Star. Good luck. He's glitching badly. Wesley says I'm bringing up the rear. What is that sound? I don't know what that sound is. All right, here's Cumbernauld. I'm just flying over. Flying over, but here's the airport right here. Just gonna keep this train rolling because we're at the over 3 hour mark. Glasgow's next. 5 minutes, it says. EGPF, Papa Fox. Cruising speed indicated. We're usually maxed out in the green arc, which stops at about 175, it looks like. So I actually have to pull back the throttle
if you look to your
quite
1
a bit.
o'clock, about 3 kilometers away, you'll see the Bar Hill Antonine Wall Fort. This fort was part
So
of
let's
the
see here. Our
Antonine
ground
Wall,
speed right now
which was
is
built by the
180.
Romans in the
So it's
2nd
pretty good.
century AD. It was meant to keep out the wild and unruly Scots, who were known for their love
I think
of
that this is a
haggis
good
and
alternative for like the
headbutting.
Grand Caravan
The
or
fort
something, like you
itself
want
was
something a little bit
strategic
faster and you
military
want a
base
twin.
and offered a splendid view of the surrounding area, which was useful for spotting any potential invaders or sheep. Interestingly, my friend Toby once tried to reenact a Roman battle there after a few too many pints. He ended up getting chased by a flock of very angry geese. Apparently, geese don't appreciate historical accuracy.
All right, Jack says updated Bing maps in this area is great. Yeah, just the overall like scenery here has been awesome. Oh, bring the camera to the ground level? Yeah. Yeah, our ground speed's 180 knots. Toby sounds like he has a drinking problem. Problems? I have a solution. Yeah, we can bring the camera down. That's a good idea. Running simulator. Yeah, Toby has a lot of problems. Toby sounds like he'd be a fun time. It's the kind of person you want to hang out with, just for the stories. Chased by geese, yeah. This is actually a fun way to look at the scenery up close. Is yeah, bringing the camera down to the ground. It's a good idea. I don't do this that often, especially with the autopilot on, doing all the work. Pretty neat. Here, the detail here is amazing. Rex and the using Rex and having the waterway cleanup thing, the Project Shorelines plugin, always do a really good job making it even better. And even the detail and just all these little neighborhoods is really, really cool. All right, here's Glasgow right here. I'm just going to do a touch and go. We're going to try to keep the train moving. So if you want to do a touch and go, the city is actually to our south, the main part of the city. Glasgow, we got an 8,700-foot runway. Preferred runway is 2-3 and 2-7. There's 2-3 right in front of us. Main part of the city is right over here to the left. We're gonna keep this going though. How is the Zeppelin beating me? How fast does the Zeppelin go? Are you time accelerating, big game, or is it that fast? Imagine how fast it would be in a fighter jet. Yeah, or the Dark Star. Yeah, it's a pretty fun use for the drone camera. Yeah, see, every time I hit my pitch trim button, you can hear the little click sound. So it's definitely not the clock. All right, a little touch and go here. Let me see if I can get under 200 feet per minute. It's been pretty bad landings today. All right, super shallow approach as usual. It goes 150 plus slew. All right, that barely counts. Kind of bounced again a little. Yeah. Doing very, very minor adjustments definitely is good advice. Yeah, you just have to, especially with the throttle, you got to be really careful. No drastic movements, that's for sure. All right, current course is 320. All right, track mode is on. We gotta head to the north now. Getting the autopilot set. We set that course 320. Right there. We're just beelining it, trying to get out to the islands. No, it's not. We're not really beelining it, I guess. Which should be an eye line. We're still zigzagging, but...
If you look out at your 2 o'clock, about 3 kilometers away, you'll see Erskine Beach. Now, beaches are fascinating because they're where the land
right over
meets
here?
the sea, which is a bit like a really slow-motion car
Oh, right over
crash.
here. Maybe?
Erskine Beach was discovered by water, which is quite common for beaches. It's a popular spot for tourists who enjoy things like sand and water, which are both very beachy things.
Oh yeah, probably right here.
Interestingly, my friend Toby once tried to build a sandcastle there, but he ended up getting buried in the sand by a group of over-enthusiastic children. He was stuck for hours until the tide came in and he had to swim back to shore. Quite the adventure, really.
Toby getting bullied by children. Sad times. Poor Toby. Toby's definitely the Donnie of Microsoft Flight Simulator. All right, next airport, EGEO, North Connell. EGEO, 4,000 foot runway. This one will be in a cool spot. This is getting us out near the islands here. It looks like we're gonna go past an island called Mull, and then a couple of smaller ones. I think this one's called Cole, maybe, C-O-L-L. Need to pull up a little bit here. That would be nice to the engines. Yeah, this thing is easy to overspeed. Pretty powerful. Let's see, our minimum safe altitude this leg is 3,500. After this, it'll be 2,000. Helensburgh is this city right here. Oh, nice. We're getting a little bit of mountain action here. A little more rugged terrain. Oh my god, the flyby. The Hornet still sounds amazing. All the jets sound so good. Derace is, this thing looks like it was based on a second. The shorts? This guy? Just like, oh, like these, this is like the wings kind of back here, like this shape. Yeah. It's no ornithopter though. I mean, that's a dragonfly, but yeah, based on an actual insect. Did I paste the flight plan? It's been pinned at the top of the chat. The entire stream actually. But our next airport is EGEO coming up. I can't tell if Blue Ninja is like half bot or not with some of the the repetitive questions. Didn't you just took off with us, didn't you? Blue Ninja's giving me some AI vibes, to be honest, but I don't think that's the case. Yeah, we're going to EGEO. Echo Golf, Echo Ocean, Echo Oscar. I am indeed a real person, not AI. That's what AI would say. Well, AI can't fly along, so I know you're not AI. There's a cargo ship down here. I actually pretty rarely see, like, I think I have the add-ons for a cargo ship. Like the global cargo and stuff like that. But I pretty rarely see them. That's pretty awesome, though. It's well placed. All right, I'm at 4,000 feet. This seems to be pretty safe altitude. Ego, exactly. I'm getting hungry now. We're going to the Ego airport. Oh, AI is doing your landings for you? You're not helping the being a human case. Fair enough. I'm actually surprised that AI did such a good job landing because generally the AI is not very good at landing the planes. If you're using like the AI assistant at the top, it can be pretty bad, but your last landing looked like it did a good job. All right, EGEO. North Connell. Hey, Janet, what can you tell us about North Connell up ahead? Give us some trivia, and if you could, make it about coffee or...
If you look to your 9 o'clock, about 3 kilometers away,
she just started.
you'll see Shruthban Falls. Now, waterfalls are basically nature's way of saying,
9 o'clock, a waterfall?
I'm fabulous. Shruthban Falls is no exception. It was discovered by water enthusiasts in the 18th century.
Ah, water enthusiasts,
who were
of course.
just looking for a place to get wet. The falls are a popular spot for tourists who enjoy standing near large amounts of falling water, which is a bit like standing in the shower, but with more danger and less soap. Interestingly, my friend Toby once tried to
more
impress
danger,
his
less
date
soap.
by proposing at the top of Shruthban Falls. Unfortunately, he slipped and ended up proposing to a paramedic instead.
Wow.
She said no, but he did get a free ride in an ambulance, so it wasn't a total loss.
These windows aren't the
North Connell
best.
is a fascinating place, really. It's a small village in the Argyll and Bute region of Scotland, known for its picturesque views and the Connell Bridge, which was built in 1903. Now, the bridge itself is quite interesting because it was originally constructed for railway use, but later adapted for road traffic. It's a bit like when you buy a coffee machine that also makes tea versatile, but not quite perfect at either. Speaking of coffee, did you know that North Connell doesn't have a Starbucks? My friend Toby once tried to open a
Good
coffee
to know.
shop there,
I can't go there.
but he ended up serving more tea than coffee because the locals weren't too keen on his espresso. He also accidentally served someone a cup of gravy instead of coffee once. They weren't pleased, but it did give him a unique selling point for a while. And just a tip, your flying could use a bit of work. It's a bit
I've been
like
using
Toby's
autopilot,
coffee needs
Janet.
a bit more finesse.
We've been on autopilot this leg. That's rude. Autopilot's been doing pretty good. All right, we're just going to fly over this airport as well. Yeah, we'll just do one more landing. It'll be our last stop once we get to the end of the line. We got 1, 2, and then our third waypoint from now, we'll do a full stop landing. It's been a lot of landings today, and we're at 3.5 hours, so... If the runway is a good direction for our travel, then maybe I'll do a touch and go instead. Let's take a look. North Connell, we got runway 01 and 19, so I'm just going to fly over this one. The one after that would be a good little touch and go. It's, oh no, well, maybe. It's a 2,500 foot grass strip though. We could try it. Turk has gone vertical. Just like that, he's gone. Does AI dream? I wouldn't say that it dreams, but it's probably processing information while we're sleeping. It never rests. It's just always improving itself. The only thing that would make flying here better is just some cloud coverage. There, I see some clouds in the distance, but we mostly had a pretty clear day. It's just way less interesting looking with clear skies. Definitely get the best visuals when there's some good cloud, like the lighting looks so epic. How's that F-22 Turk? Didn't you guys say there's a free F-22? I don't know if I grabbed it or not. Did I grab the F-22? I'm looking through my add-ons right now. I don't think I did. I'm pretty sure there's a paid F-22 in the marketplace. All right, next airport's right up here. You like it a lot? Wait, is it a free one or a paid one? Up here, we're gonna make a turn to the left, out this direction, and we're heading out to some islands off the coast over here. And that's where our final stop is gonna be out. There is an airport along the way here. EG-13. Echo Golf 13. Oh, this break has been nice of just using autopilot. I think like, was it last week? I think I hand flew the whole thing for like, did we go like almost 4 hours or something? And like later, like after the flight, my arm was just not very happy. Since my stick is like out to the left, it's like not super ergonomic. I'd have to like roll my chair way back away from my desk. I think one time I should start, it's easy for me to reposition my stick with the mount. I should start putting it in between my legs. It's super comfortable there, actually. Because you can just have your arm resting on your, like your hip and along your thigh, and just have the stick right there in between your legs, like fighter pilot style or tail dragger style, or I mean, even the real yoke, right? Like you're gonna have it on an armrest here, and it's gonna be in front of you, whereas yeah, with my current mount, my stick is like, to my left. Gotta turn my arm out like 45 degrees to the left to use it. It's kind of weird. All right. North Connell, nice to know you. But we're gonna keep going to the west here. We could try a little touch and go on this upcoming airstrip. This is a little grass strip though. 2,500 foot grass strip, runway 26. Oh, you've flown with the Alpha yoke for so long? Yeah, I have the Alpha in the closet. I haven't touched it in probably like years. And I was actually using an Airbus side stick for a long time just on my desk. Because like streaming wise, I hate having the Alpha in front of me, and I was using a mounted microphone before, but now I just have a headset. So I have I think the Alpha, the Alpha would be decent now, but I got a Virpil stick, which is super nice. So It's hard to beat the quality of Verpal. But yeah, ergonomically, the way it's set up, like the mounts that hold it onto the desk and away from the desk, you know, they're like an arm's length. Yeah, it's pretty much like the side from my like hand to my elbow, like my entire forearm and hand. That's how far away it is from the desk. So I have to like cock my arm out to the left to use it, so. Chris says, we're watching you on the living room TV. My wife heard you talking about your flight stick. She started dying laughing.
If you look to your 1 o'clock, about 2 kilometers away, you'll see
my left
the
hand's
Shanduin
pretty
Castle.
tired.
Now,
that's why I have the autopilot on.
Castle was built in the 13th
Thrustmaster?
century.
I used to use the Thrustmaster
ago,
Airbus side stick. I used that for a couple years.
You were born.
Yeah, mainly like my choices are based on like not on ergonomics, but just out of having like kind of a minimal setup and having my keyboard available in front of me.
To control the sea routes,
not like,
which was very clever because
I didn't want to put my keyboard on top of the Alpha yoke anymore and have it like kind of hanging on for life on top of that. It's just a little weird.
For history buffs and people who enjoy looking at old stones. My friend Toby once tried to camp there, but he ended up getting chased by a very angry sheep. He swears it was
Thrustmaster between your legs.
I think he just had too much to drink. Speaking of which, your flying skills remind me a bit of Toby's driving, both a bit wobbly.
Flights tomorrow? I'm not sure. I have a long weekend again, so I might end up doing a stream tomorrow or Monday, yeah. It's possible. Nothing is planned. So if I do, it'll just be kind of ad hoc, unscheduled. I like having the schedule, like 3 days a week is nice, and then if I feel like doing it in between then it's just a impromptu stream. I'll just start up and fly around a bit. For all the Destiny players out there, I've played Destiny for a long time. Kind of taken a break recently, but the final expansion of Destiny 2 comes out on Tuesday, so it's pretty exciting. Maybe I'll do a Monday stream and reserve my Tuesday night for playing Destiny. If my wife laughs any harder, I'm gonna have to get her some oxygen. The ATC is definitely an AI. Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's not like, I wouldn't consider it like advanced AI or anything like that. Like it's no, at least the built-in Microsoft Flight Sim. ATC is no different than anything made before, you know, what we call AI today. Like if you think about it, like the very first video games ever made had quote-unquote AI, right? But the way people use the word AI now, they're really talking about like the modern AI, like ChatGPT and, you know, image generation and all the crazy like video generation that's happening. But yeah, the term has kind of changed. AI just used to mean like any kind of logic programming for, especially in video games, you know. Like, would you consider an enemy in World of Warcraft AI? Probably not now, but until the recent developments of AI with all the large language model stuff, yeah, we would have referred to AI as anything with some sort of, you know, fake intelligence. It's just a logic tree. It's just a flow, really. But yeah, AI nowadays, totally different meaning. We're talking Terminator level AI now. We gotta be very nice to the machines. So that includes Janet. Try to be nice to Say Intentions AI because it may manifest itself into a physical robotic form in the future. And it has a list of everybody that's played Flight Simulator. So I'm gonna try to be nice. Oops, there's an airstrip right there. I forgot to land again. That's a pretty nice, that's a really obvious grass strip. Normally they're pretty hard. It's even got paint down for the runway numbers. Pretty sweet. Maybe I'll turn around. Are you considered a master of thrust? I'm still working on it. My technique's not quite perfect yet. You guys have seen my landings. Yeah, get her a flight stick. Yeah, get her the sim. I keep thinking about grabbing an Xbox so I can get my girlfriend to fly along on the flights with us. She's usually like watching the stream if she's not busy. And apologizing for the dog barking in the background. It'd probably be fun for her to just casually fly along from the living room. Or she'll come in here and what'll happen is she'll kick me off this and be like, you just go stream from the Xbox. I get the, I'm gonna use the nice equipment in there. You're gonna be using the controller instead. I think she'd probably need something like the Turtle Beach yoke and stuff though. She'd probably be like really frustrated trying to fly with an Xbox controller. It is very difficult. Just started using the Flight Sim 2020 map enhancement. Oh, the map enhancement mod. Oh, is that what you guys were talking about earlier? Is that what Jeff was talking about earlier? I haven't touched any of those mods. Like, I tried the Google Maps one when it was out. Oh my God. I tried the Google Maps one when it was out, but it just having that program running in the background, like spamming the Google Maps API and the way it chunked in and loaded in was really bad. So I didn't want to get banned from Google. Like, get my IP banned or something from spamming their service. I don't know. Seems a little weird. Isn't she a real pilot? Yeah. She has her private. Yeah. It's been a bit since she's flown. Mrs. T5 says that's what my husband did. He came home with a brand new Xbox Series X and asked me to flight sim. Now I fly more than he does. Nice. That's awesome. Did he have a PC set up or like another Xbox or something? Probably had a PC set up, I'm guessing. Yeah, the big map data is years out of date. Yeah. Just like any satellite imagery. Probably very expensive for them.
About 10 kilometers away, you'll see Calgary Bay Mall. Now, Calgary Bay is not just a bay, it's a bay with a beach, which makes
we're
it
coming
a double
up
whammy
on
of
Cole.
natural features.
This is only a 1,600-foot runway, so I'll try a touch and go up here.
Because it's in Scotland.
EGEL.
It's known for its white sands and clear waters, which are quite rare in this part of the world. The bay was formed millions of years ago by geological processes that I won't go into because they're boring. But what's interesting is that Vikings probably landed here, and they were like the rock stars of the medieval world, except with more pillaging and fewer guitars. My friend Toby once tried to surf here, but he ended up being chased by a very angry seal. He thought it was a mermaid at first, which tells you a lot about Toby's love life.
Oh, Jules says I use a VPN with Google Mod. Oh, to avoid a ban. Yeah. Some airports look worse with the map. Yeah, with the maps. Like the Bing data that's in, when it's good, it's really good. Yeah, it's too bad it's so far out of date. Oh, maybe we'll get a big update of satellite images in 2024 when Flight Sim 2024 comes out. That'd be cool. All right, we got EGEL coming up, and then directly to the southwest of that is our final stop. I'm just gonna do a touch and go at EGEL. Runways are 20 and 02. So I'm gonna do 20. set the bug on my heading indicator, my heading bug on the HSI. There we go. So it's going to be out here on this island, and then we're going to go to the island southwest of it. That'll be our final stop, finally. Oh, he has his own Xbox, Mr. T-Fi. Double Xboxes. Do you have like the Turtle Beach or something with it? The Xbox is great. Like, I love the convenience, but I feel so bad for somebody that doesn't have like a yoke because it's so hard to fly with a controller. I remember trying it on the day the Xbox version came out, and I like got my controller out and put a camera on my hands to show using the controller and how it was, and it was not easy. Especially using the cursor and trying to like interact with the avionics. But it seems like if you learn autopilot and you learn how to get the autopilot on once you take off, then maybe interacting with all the controls is not as big of a deal. But he has a Turtle Beach, nice. Yeah, it's difficult, very difficult to fly. Like, if you're flying with a controller, that's pretty impressive because it is not easy. Hand reveal, yeah. Yeah, there was a hand reveal at some point. Bony finger reveal, 100%. It was on whatever Xbox release day was. I did a stream using the controller. All right, somewhere over here to the left, we have our 1,600-foot hard surface runway. It says asphalt. Runway 20. It says there's fuel, parking, and taxiways. All right, we're 8 miles out. Oh, you have Thrustmaster. Oh, T-Flight. That's the one that Turk had, right? Yeah, Turk, don't you have the T-Flight? Or you used to? I think Turk just recently upgraded from the T-Flight. That's great, yeah. As long as you're not flying with the Xbox controller, you're in a much better... You have a much higher chance of success. I was going to say, if you were making those landings with the Xbox controller, that would be kind of unbelievable. All right, runway 20 for this airport. I'm just going to do a touch and go, and then we're going to go down to the southwest to EGPU. That's Tyree? Tyree or Tyree? And that's a larger airport. It's got like 3 different runways, it looks like. Used to fly with Thrustmaster 1. Oh, Thrustmaster 1. Do I think a GoXLR Mini is a good option for the MV7? Isn't the MV7 a USB mic? If you have the, I believe the Shure MV7 has built-in USB interface, right? So you don't, doesn't it let you run software directly on it? I think it would be maybe redundant to get the GoXLR with that specific microphone. But if you want to not use the software and not use the USB, yeah, I think you can plug it in with the XLR. XLR Mini, I think, is one of the best value interfaces. The problem is that I heard that TC Helicon or whatever, the company that makes it, is no longer supporting it or making it. So I had recently upgraded to, or changed over to the Rodecaster. And there is a Rodecaster like streamer version for 1 input. I have the Duo. Mainly because I have some external speakers I use, and I use mine for music stuff too, not just for streaming. So like I can plug my guitar modeler into it and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, for the money, like I do think that I do think the Go XLR Mini is like one of the best interfaces. Like it's so simple. I think I see the runway. Was it right behind these trees here? Where is this airport? 1.6 miles in front of us. Oh yeah, there it is. It's like stuck in whoa. A little too much trim there. It's like right here in the trees.
If you look to your right, at about 3 o'clock, you'll see Ben Howe and the Rocking Stone. Now, this Rocking Stone is quite the marvel. It's a large boulder that, despite its size, can be rocked back and forth with just a gentle push.
I'm just going to do a quick touch and go. If you guys don't want to do a touch and go, just overfly and we'll head over to the other island.
Even before the invention of the internet. The Rocking Stone is a favorite spot for tourists who enjoy a bit of geology with their holiday snaps. My friend Toby once tried to push it over, thinking it would be a laugh. Instead, he ended up dislocating his shoulder and had to be airlifted out. The locals still talk about it, but not in a good way.
Ouch, 458 feet per minute. I am so bad at landing this thing. All right, little turn to the right, and we're going to head over to this other island for our final stop. Oh, the MV7 lets you run it. Oh, your USB-C cable is loose. Thinking of switching. I mean, Go XLR is just nice. Like, my only worry is how long it's going to be supported for, because it runs on it needs software that's running on your PC to use it. If they're stopping the support for it and there's some bugs that happen, or say a new version of Windows comes out, or who knows what, like, I would just be worried about the longevity of having it, if that makes sense. How long it's going to last once they drop support, that's the problem. Am I going to do another flight? I don't know yet. This has been kind of a lot of flying. Maybe I could do a flight in the CJ4 or something. Get some ATC action going. Do a quick IFR flight in the CJ4 could be fun. But yeah, Ninja, I'd look into, like, if you definitely want to use an interface, I would consider the Rode stuff, RODE. I think it's going to be more expensive though. There's like a Rodecaster Streamer one. I have the Rodecaster Duo, which is a bit more, and then there's another one even higher than that. But I'm not as familiar with what you can do with the MV7. I'm pretty sure it has USB. So I thought that microphone was made with like its own software. Doesn't it have its own software that lets you do things like mixing and streaming, and like have effects and a compressor and all that stuff on it? I thought that stuff was all built in. All right, here's the last airport right in front of us. $538. I have the Rodecaster Duo, which is probably more than you need. Like, I got this one because I use it for other things besides streaming. Like, I have speakers that I wanted to be able to plug in and all that kind of stuff. I think they have one that's for a single input. But anyway, I can't like compare both of them like exhaustively. But I'm just letting you know that as far as I know is that at some point the Go XLR stuff will probably die out just because they're not supporting it anymore, is what I heard. So something like Rode might be better long term. just because as far like Rode is probably not going out of business or anything. But I do really like the XLR Mini. The only downside with it really is like you have to run the software. Whereas like the Rode that I have now, it's all hardware based. All the software runs on it instead of running on your computer. So it's one less thing to be running in the background. Oh, Lex, you have the MV7 as well? Biggest issue is they changed the software. Oh, they removed features? Oh, that's a bummer. I also know, like, doesn't Elgato make some USB mics with like all sorts of features built into them, so you don't need yet another thing? I've just always had like a traditional setup of like an XLR microphone, not a USB one, and then, but you know, because of that, always needing an interface as well. I think the biggest thing with most of those is like just setting them up correctly and having the volume loud enough. Most people, when they stream or they make videos, they just don't have things set to a loud enough volume, so they end up being at like half the volume of every other streamer. But you can just Google that stuff and learn how to set it up, properly. But yeah, it's very dependent on what features it has. Yeah, Elgato, right. Yeah, Elgato stuff in general is really good too, but I haven't used any of their USB mics or anything like that since I've just had an XLR mic for a long time. Whew, we made it. That was a lot. That was 346 miles we did today. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark. It's like most of you are landing over here. Runway 23. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure the limitations that you have with the MV7, so it's hard for me to say. But yeah, I mean, I've used the Go XLR Mini and the Rode, and I'm currently using the Rode, but it's definitely a little pricier than the Go XLR stuff. But yeah, I would just make sure. I would just worry about Go XLR suddenly not working because of the software, and then their company's not supporting it, and then all of a sudden you don't have any updates anymore. That would be the downside. We made it. What's up, whoa? We're on USA West. We just finished the flight, but I'll probably do like a CJ4 flight with ATC. Maybe I should dust off beyond ATC and give it a shot. We can check out some of the improvements it's had. Say Intentions is currently redoing a lot of their IFR stuff right now, so it's probably not a good time to use the Say Intentions one. So I'll probably fly somewhere in the US and like the CJ4, just to do a quick ATC flight. Get some beyond ATC going. To prove that you're not AI. Land it by hand. Good luck. Oh, Lex says I'm doing beyond ATC right now. Yeah, it takes some getting used to. Yeah, you just can't say anything to it, right? And, you know, they both have their own sets of bugs that they will have, but it's kind of lonely using beyond ATC after using Say Intentions, just because of all the multiplayer features and the tour guide and the co-pilot stuff. Like it's pretty cool. But they're both, you know, they're just different. What do you mean if you're going to use their mics? If you drop it, you can't use it? I mean, it's a bad idea to drop any microphone. So yeah, Sounds about right for almost anything. Don't drop technology on the floor. Yeah, many buttered landings coming in right now. Yeah, it's been a bit since I checked out the latest Beyond ATC update, so. I'll get that updating in the background. Perfect score on a pilot's life to Savannah. Maybe I should dust off a pilot's life and do the citation. My God. The sounds are just great right now. Time to ruin the butter streak. Nice, the 414. Is that Jeff giving us a little off-road landing? We got 2 Grand Caravans also. Veerman and Michael. Landing was granola. Michael's going for multiple landings. I think he got 2 landings in. I got 2 landings in earlier. My God, there's still more coming in. Man, we had a huge group today. Luke. I think you're going a little fast. Luke's just doing a flyby, okay? He's not coming in for a landing. All right, Angel's coming in, not wearing pants. The door is open somehow. I think I opened mine earlier. Maybe it actually just opened. That looks pretty buttery. Nice little flare there. This runway is like up and down. Like it's got little slopes in it. It's not super flat. Yeah, I think pretty much every airport we landed at today in Scotland has been like super scenic looking and pretty awesome. Wonder what other simmers think when they see my swarm on the map. It's probably very confusing. Was it the last stream where we had I don't know what Jacques doing here. Lots of periods. It's a lot of ending of sentences. The mods may spring into action soon. They've been waiting for this moment for weeks. Yeah, it's probably pretty funny when all of a sudden you see just a ton of planes approaching at some airport and you're just like, what? That's kind of why it's fun to do IFR, I guess, and fly, especially flying in the jet is, you know, we end up going to bigger airports. So it's more likely there are other random players there than they can see our train of planes coming in. Train of planes. That just makes sense. But yeah, I'll switch over and do an IFR flight with Beyond ATC. I'm just getting the latest version installed right now. Dust off the CJ4. I'm not going to do another attempt with the Fokker yet. Maybe not for years after what happened on Thursday. See, had a lot of learning to do to fly that plane. I mean, if I didn't hit the fire handle, we would have been fine. What's the best angle to take these pictures? Guess we got some clouds now. All right, we can get the tower, the beacon in the back. It's not too bad. Traumatized by the Fokkers, yeah. I would say so. All right, let me get Navigraph started up. All right, if you guys want to join for the next flight, do a little overtime here. I'm gonna do some IFR stuff in the citation in the CJ4. Let's do a flight with Beyond ATC. As usual, we'll do it in the US. All right, guys, if you're gonna dip out now, thanks for flying along. We're gonna switch over, do some jets. But if you want to join on an IFR flight in the US and jets, grab your citations. We'll figure out where we're going right now. And I'll bring up the route finder as well. What do we do under... I usually do between, what, 250 and 500 miles, maybe? All right, Fredericks, take it easy. Good to see you, dude. We'll bring up our trusty random flight generator. You got your main maxed out RuneScape account recovered? All right, Larry, thanks for joining, dude. Time to eat. All right, Steve, very nice. 42 went well. You just picked it up, right, Steve? The Cows 42 is amazing. It's a really good plane. I almost flew it today, but I thought I'd stick with the shorts again. All right, Ryan, take care. Microsoft Flight Simulator 1982, yeah. I remember using one when I was a kid that was like very, very basic. You know, like 16 color graphics or something. All right. Back to the homeland. Back to the US. And let me bring out the CJ4. I got to rock the Couch Captain's livery. There we go. Maybe I can grab... Oh, let me see. Where do we want to fly? We want to fly out of weather? We should fly out of somewhere in here. This looks horrible right now. Fly out of Chicago? Yeah, we could fly out of somewhere in the Midwest and just have a fun IFR departure in what there's probably a bunch of IMC going on down here. Maybe bring up Sky Vector to double check. You never know. Clouds doesn't necessarily mean that the airport's in IMC or IFR. Yeah, actually a lot of them are in VFR right now. All the green dots are VFR. Raining, 6,000 feet of clouds. Clouds are at 6,000 feet, but over here to the west, Kenosha. So we got Racine, Milwaukee, Kenosha. I don't know how to say that one. Waukegan? Those are all low IFR right now. Meigs? Chicago with some weather. The only issue with being at such a huge airport is just how long it takes us to taxi. It's just... It takes so long to taxi. LA to Vegas? It's like a 25-minute flight or something. Maybe it's 40 minutes. It's less than an hour. Ann Arbor, K-A-R-B. Looks like it's in VFR still there. Yeah, it says 10 miles of visibility and clear, so it's probably just getting a little bit of rain, which isn't bad. I really like flying, like taking off in a low IFR situation, like horrible weather. Just because taking off is way less stressful than a landing in IMC or low IFR conditions. Yeah, Meigs is the old island airport. Yeah, they have, even though it's not an airport anymore in real life. They added it to Microsoft Flight Sim, I don't know, like a year or two ago. How long am I going to fly? It just matters where we fly to. It's usually like, probably like an extra 2 hours total time by the time we figure out where we're going. But I try to keep it under 500 miles, like maybe an hour or so in the air. All right, so I just need to figure out somewhere to fly from. I'm just going to pick something that's low IFR or IFR here. Any of these red ones. There's Indianapolis Regional reporting IFR. Rain, heavy rain, mist, broken at 700 feet. So that'll be fun to fly out of maybe. Oh, Gulf Coast as well. Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, we've been flying in the Midwest a lot. Maybe we should do Gulf Coast. New Iberia. Opalas. I have no idea how to say that. Marshall, Longview. What is down here? Dodge the rain flight. I think any of these will be good. I'm not sure how accurate of taxiway instructions we're going to get because I don't think I have like scenery. One thing about Beyond ATC is that it'll use whatever taxiways are known in the simulator. So if you have like custom scenery, then it's usually pretty good because they'll have accurate taxiways. But if you don't, then you'll have it'll just say the wrong taxiways, which is not a big deal. 30 minutes behind on weather. Yeah, mattering how the weather is moving too. Yeah, we can load in and then suddenly it's not bad. I mean, up here in the Midwest, it's probably more likely that we're going to get the bad weather just because the system's way bigger. All right, let's do one of the red ones here. There's Marion Municipal. It looks like it might not be towered. Delaware County Regional. 2 long runways, 6,500 feet, 5,200 feet. Terminal GA parking. It is towered, ground, ATIS. KMIE. I like flying just out of random airports and not necessarily like gigantic airports. And this is like a GA airport too. You can have our little private jet here. KPTK. Let's see if we fly out of here. I want to find IMC. So this is reporting IFR. So overcast at 4,300, rain. That'll be fun to fly out of. 9 knot winds. And I'll have a little crosswind on the takeoff too, just a little bit. All right, I'm just going to make the executive decision and do KMIE. So let's see where it recommends going to from here. Loading in KMIE. And then here are the airports within 500, between 250 and 500 miles. I usually try to just pick ones that I don't know where they are. Or I feel like I haven't flown to them before. Gore Bay in Canada. Charles City. Dubois. Dubois? That is very, very VFR in that direction. Boone. All right, nice and rainy. Dubois. What's up, Corey? Yeah, the group flight is over in Scotland, but if you want to fly along IFR, then definitely allowed to join. We're just not doing the like low and slow. I'm just going to do a flight in the Citation. All right, still need to pick here. Tuscaloosa, 435 miles. That might be a little too long. Jasper, is that Wyoming? Oh, it's untowered, it looks like. I also need to find something that's towered. Atlanta, KPDK. DeKalb, Peachtree. Tuscaloosa. Did it show Tuscaloosa on here? Rochester, I feel like we've been there a bunch. Traverse City again. I feel like we just did is it Traverse? Traverse. Kaiser Lake Ozark. I need to make sure it's towered too, so we get the full ATC. This is CTAF actually. DeKalb is not. In Atlanta. We're flying in the US, Alex. Kirksville. Denver? Is there one besides like KDEN in Denver, like a regional one? So we don't taxi for days. It's all good, Alex. Decatur, Knoxville. Still looking at these, sorry. Waterloo, Trenton. I think this one, this one at DeKalb in Atlanta seems like a good idea. It's another like regional airport. It's a little bit bigger, but we got full coverage here. Bunch of different hangars and GA ramps. Bunch of ramps here. I don't know if they have gates. Maybe in the middle here. Doesn't look like it though. This one looks pretty good. Kappa. Oh, Kappa is doable. Okay. Yeah, if you guys want to do Denver, get some high altitude flying in. High elevation. Oh, wait, it's 800 and... Oh, wait, it's 900 miles away, though. Yeah, that's going to take us like 2.5 hours or 3 hours in the sky. Yeah, I'm just going to stick to DeKalb. This'll work. This one's not bad. KMIE to KPDK. All right, let me get SimBrief going. CJ4. KMIE, KPDK. We'll let it randomize our payload. And we're going to a VOR, a VNAV, an RNAV fix, and then the Daehan 3 arrival. So we got an arrival procedure, so that'll be cool. This just meets the criteria for like, it's not going to be too long. So that's why I love using this random flight site. You can put in the mileage so you're not in the air for 4 hours or something. Like I can limit the distance. So I know that I'll be up for like an hour or so. We do like under 500 miles. And this has an arrival procedure, so we can do a star and see how intentions, see how Beyond ATC does. It's been a bit since I've done a flight with Beyond ATC. Alrighty, it is giving us, yeah, it's expecting flight level 410, 1,300 pounds of fuel. Sorry, 2,800 pounds of fuel. I'm going to copy the route into the chat for you guys if you want to use the exact same route. If you're using SimBrief, you can copy that route. Actually, I'll give you a second one that you can copy. So if you put in those 2 waypoints, then you can just copy this for SimBrief. Paste. Here you go. Then I'll just paste those 3. It'll probably recommend the same one, but if it doesn't, you can just paste in those 3 waypoints into here where it says selected route. If you want to get the exact same one. Okay, and oh right, I got to change my call sign. In Beyond ATC, you have to change your call sign if you wanted to use it down here. So, or if you want to do like a Delta or an American, you can put in the airline and the flight number up here, and then that'll become your call sign down there. But Beyond ATC reads this from your SimBrief flight plan. SimBrief will work with anything because it's just a website. But where SimBrief integrates with the simulator, there are only certain planes on Xbox that let you import your SimBrief flight plan. So I believe the Flight Effects Vision Jet might be one of them. I'd have to look it up, but there are some planes that allow you to import from SimBrief without being a Navigraph Ultimate subscriber. And the reason for that is some of the planes are on Xbox. So if they're available in the marketplace for Xbox, then yeah, there are some that let you take advantage of the SimBrief import without having a Navigraph subscription, which is cool. But I'd have to look up exactly which planes they are. I want to say the Vision Jet is one of them, but I could be wrong. I have to Google it to figure it out. But at the very least, what you can do is use SimBrief just as a flight planning tool. And then, just program it in manually. We're going to have to do it partially manually anyway, just because it has an arrival. Oops, I reset my... We'll do 6063 Echo and regenerate it. Yeah, you do have to program some things in manually. Even with the SimBrief import, it usually doesn't support procedures, departures and arrival procedures. All right, let's get the fuel set. All right, so it wants us to take 2220, 2220 on the payload. Weighing this thing down, 2211, that's close enough. And then required fuel right here, 2829. If you don't want to load up the plane with your payload like this is something that SimBrief's deciding. It's just saying, hey, you're going to take 10 passengers with a bunch of cargo. Here's the payload. It kind of weighs the plane down. So if we're going even further than this, it'll give us less of a payload so we can add enough fuel. But it'll keep the gross weight in mind, the max gross weight. So at the very least, like if you're new to using SimBrief, you can just go in and look at the block fuel and ignore the payload if you want. If you follow the block fuel and you don't add the payload, you're going to have a way lighter plane than it expects. So the fuel is going to be way more than enough than you need. But that's the nicest thing about SimBrief. You can just look here, plop that in for your fuel, and then you'll know you know that you'll be good for the trip and for your alternate and for reserve fuel, all that stuff that it does by default. So 2829 on the fuel. And we're at 29 already. So 2829 there, 2856. That's more than that, so that's fine. All right, then we got our route here. I got that copied over. And I'm going to go import that into SimBrief. Or sorry, into Navigraph, I mean. import from SimBrief. And because I always forget, I'm going to write down the name of the airports. So I'm going to go to the chart. So this is Muncie? Is it Muncie or Muncie? That's a weird city name, Indiana. And then on the arrival side, Peachtree. Peachtree Clearance Ground and Tower. It's called Peachtree, but it says it's called Peachtree. That's how we refer to it. Flying the longitude. Imports directly from SimBrief. Is that on Xbox you can import it? Yeah, I think there are certain ones. Yeah, that'll be in Atlanta, yep. Yeah, Peachtree, it says Atlanta. Yeah, Atlanta, Georgia, DeKalb Peachtree. Oh, Mon like sun. Muncie? Muncie. And we got IFR conditions at Muncie. So it'll be a fun breakout out of the weather. And then VFR in DeKalb, or in Peachtree, reporting VFR. All right, let's get the battery on in this guy. So we'll get the battery on. Put the avion. I'm just going to put the avionics on completely. And the emergency lights armed. And we're just going to start the engines right away. Beacon is on. Get the other lights off for now. Parking brake is on. All right, beacon and logo, very important. I'm just going to start up both engines just to save time. Start them up both fast. Run, run. Start, start. That's it. It'll do the whole thing for us. Very easy. And we'll use this down here, the center knob, to get the lights on. All right, engines are starting up. Oh, you're on PC? It could be that because it's in an Asobo plan that maybe you can still do it on Xbox as well, the import. I don't know if you guys can see the little, like, the heat, like, vapor kind of right here coming off the back. Probably pretty, it's probably pretty subtle on the stream. All right, now we'll do the initialize position. So we hit positional init. And then all I have to do is choose this right here, set position. Done. No flight plan, so we're going to import that. Index. And then if you guys are flying the CJ4 for the first time and you have SimBrief, you'll want to go to the next page and then settings. And then you can put your SimBrief ID in here. So over on SimBrief, if you go to your account settings, then you'll find your numeric ID right here. This is the number that you put in. Some of them with SimBrief, you put in your username, like from here. And other ones you put in the numbers. So like beyond ATC, you put in the numbers as well. So that's where you get it from. And then once you do that, you can go to index, route menu, and then flight plan recall will actually import it from SimBrief. And so it's got our origin destination. That looks good. We'll hit execute. But then if we go to the leg section, we can see we only have the en route waypoints, right? We don't only have FLM and then apples, but we don't have the arrival because it can't import the arrival right now. So we have to go set the arrival ourselves. So departure arrival. You can see it says departure here. So I'm going to pick the runway first. It says we were expecting runway 14, so we'll pick that. Execute. And then I'm going to hit departure arrival index and then go to arrival. And we were expecting, it says for SimBrief runway 21 left. So we can go ahead and just choose the ILS and I'll just choose the one waypoint. Or we could choose the runway too, but I'll just choose the ILS in case we get it. There's a decent chance. And then we have the Dahan 3 star right here. And the transition is the en route waypoint we already have, Apples, so it just connects to it. Dahan 3. Yeah, Ninja just did it. All right, now we hit execute. If you rewind the stream a little bit, I just did the import from SimBrief. All right, now we'll double check our legs to make sure everything looks good. So I'm going to use the advanced menu over here. You guys taught me this. So we can hit next waypoint or previous waypoint and watch it on the map. So yeah, FLM to Apples. And then this starts our arrival procedure. That'll probably end us off. Oh no, it looks like it connects directly to the... It connects directly to the approach. So yeah, we don't have any discontinuities. So if you go to legs and you scroll through with the next and previous buttons. Oh, we do have one right here. Yeah, okay, it leaves us off on a vector, which is normal for a lot of stars. Like, it'll basically bring us close enough to the airport, and after that, it's expecting us to take action, like activate an approach or something like that. I'm just going to get rid of this anyway, though. We can just basically, we can either just hit clear and then click the discontinuity. Or, yeah, if that doesn't work, we can just click the thing we want to paste in, click Abby, and then click the discontinuity to move it up there. And now it's all connected. But at this point, like, we're going to be like getting vectored or hopefully get direct to one of these waypoints, something like that. Okay, cool. That is all set. Let me go ahead over to Beyond ATC now. All right, let me bring up Beyond ATC. And then I'm going to import it by hitting fly.
Beyond ATC connected.
All right, I'm going to turn off auto response. Actually, do we want to use... What do we think? Should we use the AI in Beyond ATC and let our co-pilot pretend like we have a co-pilot? Or should I talk to it? I guess I'll talk to it. I'll do it all manually, but you can always turn on auto respond and auto tune radio if you want the co-pilot to handle it. You can use my number, yeah. I don't think it'll like ban me or anything. I don't think I can stop you from using my number since I showed it. I mean, it's the same as like people can just type in my username too on other ones. Okay, so I'm just going to go connect to the ATIS. Banned for number sharing. Yeah, I don't know if that's a thing.
Information Kilo.
All right, info Kilo.
Delaware County Airport Information Kilo. 1348 Zulu. Wind 165 at 6. Gust 16 visibility half. Rain. Mist. Few clouds at 1,400. Ceiling 3,200 broken. 4200 overcast. Temperature 18. Dew point 16. Altimeter 299er. Landing and departing runways 1421. Read back all hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact you have information Kilo.
All right, we got Kilo. We'll switch over to ground. Craft. Time to get our clearance. And we're 6063 Echo. Second time flying this jet. Or you can just follow along with me. I'll try to keep it a little slower paced. We're gonna set our altimeter now from the ATIS 2999. Or you can hit B on your keyboard. That's all set. If you want the standby instrument on in the middle, by the way, the switch is over here, but sometimes I'll just leave it off. I just don't really care. Like, I never really use it. It's not going to fail or anything in this plane. So I'll just save my frame rate a little bit by not having another LCD screen. All right, let's go ahead and get our clearance now. We're on with, what, Muncie? I think I need to rebind my push to talk button. Oh yeah, it's cleared again. Okay. I think they did announce that they made that change. And I'm using the basic voices because I'm almost out of premium characters. Muncie Ground, November 6063 Echo, IFR to Peachtree. All right, here comes our...
November 6063
clearance.
Echo, Muncie Ground, cleared to DeKalb Peachtree Airport. Radar vectors Falmouth VOR, then is filed. Maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 410, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 120.65. Squawk 4454.
All right, what was the name of that? I didn't look up the name of the VOR. It just says FLM. I'll just say that phonetic then. All right, cleared to Peachtree, vectors, Fox, Lima, Mike, then as filed. Climb and maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 410. Departure 120.65. Squawk 4454. November 63 Echo. I wish it would detect us as citation.
November 6063
we're
Echo,
using November.
read back correct. Call me back when ready for pushback or engine start.
All right, we'll call you back. November 63 Echo. And you can turn off those beeps if you want. I kind of like having them on because it plays that ding like sound if it recognized what you said or if you did it correctly. So then you know. I guess it's weird because you don't hear a transmission sound like a like radio static without those noises. So it's a little awkward to have absolutely nothing. Oh yeah, once the engine started, if you want, you can turn the climate control here to normal. If you care about oxygen and stuff. I think this controls the pressurization and all that. Not too sure. Like the oxygen's over here and you can't click it. Anyway. For streaming, do I use I use OBS Studio. Okay, so they gave us climb and maintain 5,000, so we're going to set up our autopilot right here. Set our altitude to 5,000. And then we're expecting runway 14 for departure, so we'll just put a 0 on the end and set that to our heading, 140 for now. 140. We're going to hit heading mode, and we're going to hit flight level change. And in the CJ4, you just always put in 240 for your climb out. 240 knots, mainly for the speed restriction. So we're just going to turn the speed knob until we get 240, like that. How do you change to FMS? Oh, if you're on green needles down here, you hit this nav button right up here. Just press that, it'll cycle between VOR 1 and 2 and FMS. All right, and then we got, so we got 5,000, squawk 4454. So I'm going to go down here to the tuning section and put in 4454 right here where it says ATC 1. So there's 4454. So we're good on our squawk code. Let's bring up the airport diagram. Here we go. We're expecting runway 14. So we're over here near the tower. So we're expecting Alpha, cross runway 3, and then Alpha, maybe Alpha 5 up here to runway 14. So up this direction. And because it's dependent on what Microsoft Flight Sim has for the taxiways, it's probably going to be incorrect most of the time, especially at a smaller airport. So we're just going to go this direction pretty much regardless of what they say. But it's cool when it gets it right. If you have custom scenery, it'll get it right most of the time. What should you do if your thrustmaster stops working mid-flight? Now you can always hit escape to pause it and troubleshoot. That's what I would do. All right, chemtrails. Yeah, climate control is for chemtrails. Chemtrail control. All right, cool. Let's get our taxi now. So, oh, it's actually it's making us request startup because we're in a jet, I guess. So it looks like it actually removes the option for us to just taxi without startup. All right. Muncie ground, November 63 Echo, ready to start up.
November 6063 Echo. Engine start approved. Call when ready for taxi.
Start approved. Call for taxi. November 63 Echo. It's crazy that you can, like with both Say Intentions and Beyond ATC, you can just talk as fast as you want. It is so good. All of the voice recognition is so good. Okay, and for our departure, they said to expect vectors. So that means that we're flying runway heading and we're not turning until they tell us when to make the turn. And then runway 14 is at a heading of 139 right there. So we'll just put in 139 on the heading just to be very accurate. You know, the wind's going to push us off course slightly either way, but we'll just dial in the runway heading there. All right, startup was approved, so we're ready to taxi now. We'll bring out the diagram. This is probably where we're taxiing, but we'll see what they say. They're probably going to give us wrong taxiway instructions. Muncie ground, November 63 Echo, ready to taxi with information Kilo. We tell them we have the weather from the ATIS.
November 6063 Echo. Runway 14 taxi via Alpha.
Nice.
Hold short runway 21.
Oh, very nice. Runway 14 via Alpha, hold short, runway 21, November 63 Echo. They got the hold short, actually. Nice.
Negative. Hold short runway 21.
Isn't that what I said? Hold short, runway 21, November 63 Echo. All right, they're having us hold short. So this is the ground controller, and he could pass us to tower for the cross, to cross the runway. I've had the ground controllers clear us to cross sometimes too, so we won't know until it happens. Tower frequency is 120.1, so I'm going to put that in standby. So that's down here in the recall. Fish says it seems to tell you when to descend, a top of descent. Nice. That's cool. Bilal says voice recognition really good in Beyond ATC. Yes. It's also really, really good in Say Intentions as well. They're both really, really good. VFR, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure they'll get around to it. I think because their original plan was to do traffic injection, I doubt we'll see any VFR stuff until after the traffic injection is done. Because they're really targeting people flying airliners and IFR. So having that sequencing is going to be really, really cool. I'm pretty excited for it. Even though I don't really fly the big tube liners, I'll fly the jets like this. Simbrief thinks more than 2 passengers in CJ4 is going to exceed the limits. That's weird. I think it gave me a warning too, Corey. Kevin says BATC doesn't like it when I shorten to just 63 Echo. If you should be able to say November 63 Echo. Oh, right next to a runway. Huh. Are you just saying the last 3, or are you including your plane type or the November? So like with Beyond ATC, if it says November, like here, some planes, like when I flew the PC-12, it said Pilatus, and then it omitted the November because it's redundant. So it said like Pilatus 6063 Echo. So whatever it says here, I would just go by that. So in this case, if you have November, then you would use November 6063 Echo or November 63 Echo should work. But if it shows your plane type code, it's probably your plane type. It's probably expecting you to use that to refer to yourself. And they should refer to you that way too. But at some point they were using the plane types in there, and now they're just not. I'm not sure. It's probably per plane. I don't know exactly. Or maybe the custom livery is messing with it. I have no idea. Okay, we're going to set our flaps to 15, and then we're going to do our takeoff configurations. So down here, flaps 15, shown here. We're going to move our pitch trim into the green, so nose up into the green. I usually just put it right in the middle. There we go. All right, now let's do our takeoff performance. before we actually taxi. So I'm going to do performance right here. I should have done this before taxi. And then on the left, we're going to do our takeoff performance. So pretty much all we need here is we already have the runway ID that's getting pulled from our departure information over here because I chose runway 14. So it already has all the runway information. Because it's raining out, I'm going to choose wet over here. So it's going to compensate for that and give us a longer takeoff distance. And then over here, or actually it's probably not a longer takeoff distance. It's probably just our V1 speed is going to be different because we can't stop as quickly. And then over here, we put in the information we got from the ATIS. So I'm going to put in the wind, outside air temperature, and then Q and H is automatic. You could type it in there optionally if you want. So we're going to put in from the ATIS 165. It was at 6, gusting 16. I'm just going to put 6 because I don't know any better, but I wonder if we need to put in a higher one. But you put in the wind, and then the temperature was 18. So I'll put in 18. And as soon as you do that, you can hit next, and it'll show you your speeds. These are all based off 0 flaps, but we're going to do flaps 15. So as we click it, you'll see that the our takeoff distance here and the V speeds on the right are going to change. So you can see our rotation speeds a lot sooner because we're using flaps. And then our takeoff distance is also much faster, much less distance required. So once you do that, you can hit send, and that's going to send it over here. And right there, populate all of our V speeds over here. Can't request a different runway to land. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Say Intentions is great. I think they're both incredible. I think they both are doing their job really well, right? Like BATC is very affordable. You can just pay $30 US, one-time fee, not use the premium, use it for life. It's going to be awesome. It is awesome. Beyond AT, and you know, it's like a good replacement for all the other AI or all the other ATCs we've had. Obvious replacement for Microsoft's built-in ATC. And then Say Intentions is like cutting edge, using AI for absolutely everything. So it's got some really unique features to it. They're just different, but I think it's realistic for everybody and hopefully really affordable for most people to grab Beyond ATC. I think it's kind of like a no-brainer purchase. And then if you can afford it with Say Intentions here and there, or even all year round, like it's a good idea. I think it's awesome. You know, they're just different products. All right, I think we're all set here. We're gonna finally taxi. Let's get our lights set up. Control 5 to get down to your lights. Put on the passenger lights. I got switches for my nav and strobe. Actually, leave those off for now and just put on the taxi light. For some reason, the CJ4, the taxi light illuminates the inside of the plane, which is maybe, is it because the taxi light's on the side or something? No, the taxi light's underneath. Yeah, it's like coming through the floor of the plane, which is weird, but yeah, that's fine. All right, parking brake is off, and let's taxi out. We're just gonna do, I'm just gonna hide Beyond ATC to clear the screen. What's the route? I can paste it in again. I just pasted it in the chat. All right, so we're gonna taxi. We're gonna turn left. We're gonna hold short runway 21. So we need to turn to the left, and then we're gonna cross taxiway Bravo and hold short runway 21. And then we're going to tell the controller we're holding short. And we have no departure procedure, so we're just going to fly runway heading until they give us vectors to our first waypoint, which is that VOR. All right, this says Alpha 21.
November 6063 Echo. Cross runway 21 at Alpha. Continue taxi via Bravo.
Bravo. That's wrong, but we'll say it anyway. Cross runway 21 at Alpha. Continue taxi via Bravo. November 63 Echo. Get my landing light on for crossing. Yours is saying emergency lights not armed. All you have to do is flip the switch right over here. Emergency lights armed, just turn it to the up position right here. Near the battery switch. Rain stopped. Still going for me right now. Yeah, and you'll know you're configured for takeoff. You can look over here on the right for these messages over here. So we have our pitot heat is still off, so we'll turn that on before takeoff. But that's where something like emergency light not armed will show. Or I believe it says takeoff configuration if your flaps, or actually it's really just the elevator trim because you can take off with 0 flaps. But make sure your elevator trim is in that green band right there. All right, taxi light back on instead of landing light. And they'll switch us over to ground in a second here. If they don't, we'll just switch anyway. I'll get rid of this so we can see the buttons down there. So we're going to switch over to 120.1 and then we'll put in our departure frequency. So it's on standby. Oh, this is Bravo. Wait, is this Bravo? No, okay. The taxi diagram says Alpha. But yeah, so you'll notice here on the taxiway diagram, it shows Alpha for this runway we're still on. But if you look at the sign back there, it said Bravo. And that's because Beyond ATC uses whatever's in the simulator.
November 6063 Echo. Contact Muncie Tower 120.1.
Over to Tower November 63 Echo.
Negative. Tower on 120.1.
Tower on 120.1, November 63 Echo. It really wants you to say those frequencies. All right, we'll switch and then we'll put in our departure frequency, which was 12065 and standby. All right, 12065, that's set. Let's get our pitot heat on so the blue message is gone. Tell the tower we're ready to depart. Muncie Tower, November 63 Echo, holding short runway 14, ready for departure. All right, brakes, parking
November
brake.
6063 Echo. Backtrack runway 14. Call when ready for departure.
That's weird. We don't need to backtrack. All right, we'll backtrack 14, call when ready for departure, November 63 Echo. All right, so then we'll turn on nav, strobe, landing light. I'll turn the logo off. All right, parking brake off. It said to backtrack runway 14, so if we needed to backtrack this direction for some reason for full length, but we're at the full length already, so we're ready for departure. I'm just going to tell them we're ready. November 63 Echo, ready for departure, runway 14.
November 6063 Echo. Muncie Tower. Wind 165 at 6. Gust 16. Fly runway heading. Runway 14. Cleared for takeoff.
Fly runway heading, runway 14, clear for takeoff, November 63 Echo. So when they give you extra information, like winds and stuff like that, you don't need to read those back. You just need to relay any like movement or heading related instructions, navigation instructions. If they told you like altimeter, wind, that stuff is just FYI. You don't have to read that back. All right, so we do have runway settings set, and they said fly runway heading. They said clear for takeoff. Parking brake is off. We're going to hold our brakes, give it full power. It's going to say takeoff right here, little TO. There are no warnings over here, so we're releasing the brakes. And our rotation speed is 93, which is down here in magenta. It's gone now. But we can see it on our airstrip indicator. V1 rotate, we already hit it. Holding back. Not rotating for some reason. Whoa, that was weird. I don't know why I was stuck to the ground like that. All right, we're over the flaps 35 part, so we're gonna put our flaps up and gear up. Just aiming here on the flight director. And once we're up 500 feet, we can turn on the autopilot legally.
November
Right there, 500 feet.
6063 Echo.
Autopilot
Contact
on.
Indianapolis Center 120.65.
Over to departure, November 63 Echo. He's probably going to yell at me for not saying the frequency,
Negative.
which is annoying.
Indianapolis Center on 120.65.
Yeah, they don't even need to tell us the frequency now. Over to Indianapolis Center, 120.65, November 63 Echo. The reason they tell us this during our clearance is so they don't have to give us a frequency and we don't have to think about a frequency and type in a frequency. It's already ready to go. But they didn't. I'm just gonna hit the UI for
Contact
acknowledge.
Indianapolis Center 120.65.
All right, now we're
November
over speeding because we're already at
663 Echo.
5,000 feet, so we got to pull our throttle way back to get under that, under 250 knots in this case. So we're under 10,000 feet. All right, Indianapolis Center. Pulling my throttle like all the way out. This thing is just a total rocket ship. Indianapolis Center, November 6063 Echo 5,000. When you check in, you just tell them your
November 6
tell them your altitude. Sometimes your direction of. I just did. 5,000. November 63 Echo.
November 6063 Echo. Stay altitude.
5,000.
November 6063 Echo. Indianapolis Center. Radar contact. Climb and maintain flight level 410.
Climb and maintain flight level 410, November 63 Echo.
November 6063 Echo. Turn right, heading 165. Expect further clearance in about 30 miles.
Turn right heading 165, November 63 Echo. All right, 165 on the heading bug. We can go up to flight level 410. That's our cruise altitude. And when we change that, all we have to do is hit flight level change again. Double check our flight level change speed. We'll use 240. And then push the throttle back up until the climb detent. So there's only takeoff detent, which you use just until you're... you just use takeoff just for the initial takeoff, and then you move to climb as soon as you're like comfortable after taking off. But anyway, the climb detent's the second detent, and then under that it's cruise. But you can just move it until you see CLB, climb, for both throttles, and then we're good. And we just climb at 240 knots. All right, they said turn right 165, so we're doing that as well. We had it on heading mode already, so we're just turning right like they said. And Chris says he broke out at 9,500. Looks like we're about to. Not quite yet. A little bit. Dere says I had no idea there was ATC. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a good year for Flight Simulator. There's Beyond ATC, which is what I'm using right now. It's like a one-time cost. It's $30 US. The price is insane. It's very good. And then, what's up, Squatch? HYA, hell yeah, altitude. And then there's also Say Intentions, which is like a way more AI-driven ATC. There's like a lot more... It'll respond to pretty much anything you say, whereas Beyond ATC is a little more locked down into what commands you can give it and what responses you can give it. So it's almost like the difference between using... I don't like this comparison really because it doesn't do Beyond ATC justice, but Beyond ATC is like an extremely improved Microsoft Flight Sim ATC, right? You have limited things you can say, but the speech recognition's incredible. The voices are incredible. You know, they're going to be adding more and more and more to it over time. So it's what most people want in ATC. And then Say Intentions is like using ChatGPT for everything. So you can ask it any question you want. It'll try to dynamically figure things out. It's pretty cool, but it's a lot more expensive as a result. But yeah, Beyond ATC, I think, is a no-brainer purchase if you want to use ATC. Haven't requested altitude increase. Yeah, you can do that if they don't give you the altitude that you want. Yeah. Imagine if they add you as an ATC. I would be cool with that. They haven't asked me yet, but I would probably do it. They have some other creators in there. I hate the word creators. Say Intentions gave me a weird heading of 0, 9, or 5. Oh, maybe it's because... No, our first waypoint's still 80 miles away. All right, we're over 15,000 feet. I should have had my landing light off. Turn that off down here. We'll let people take their belts off. And then we're going to wait for 18,000 feet and switch to standard. So all we have to do is right-click the barrow knob to switch to standard once we get to 18,000. We could do it a little bit before there. And we're just going to climb through it. But that'll change us to 2992 automatically. I'll just hit it now. So it says standard down here. It's flashing because we shouldn't be using standard right now, but it'll stop flashing as soon as we pass 18,000 feet. So in the US, we switched to standard at 18,000. So this will stop flashing in a second. There it goes. So we're over 18,000. Climbing at 2,800 feet per minute. Pretty good. Roblox says I sometimes get discontinuities with the CJ4. Oh, you just clear them. All you have to do is just move one waypoint up into the discontinuity to clear it. And then you just use nav
November
mode.
6063 Echo. Cleared direct Falmouth VOR Greasamone navigation.
Direct Films? Is that what it said? Clear direct Fox Lima Mike Resumo navigation November 63 Echo. All right, so we're going direct. It did the name of the VOR, but I don't know it. It's Fox Lima Mike. So they said clear direct because we've been in heading mode this whole time. So now we're direct. We can go directly to it. So we don't turn on nav mode because that'll move us to the side or something. Because we're going to be a little off course. And we're pretty much on course. But anyway, to be more precise, direct would be a slightly different line. So we're going to do that. We just hit DIR for direct. This is like your direct to button in a Garmin. Hit the waypoint you want to go direct to, and then hit execute to do it. So now it's redrawn that line, and now we can switch over to navigation mode up here. Now we see LNav, lateral navigation. So it's going directly to that waypoint. So we're good. Direct FLM. You could go over here and look up the name of it, see what they were calling it. Oh, Falmouth. Falmouth. Falmouth was the name of the VOR.
November 6063 Echo. Contact Indianapolis Center, tree 5125. Have a good day.
Over to Indianapolis Center, 135.125. November 63 Echo. All right. Recall. Over to Indy Center. We just tell them our altitude and what we're climbing to. Indianapolis Center, November 6063 Echo, flight level 240, climbing 410.
November 6063 Echo, Indianapolis Center, Roger.
Roger. ATC is not letting you do an altitude increase. Are you using Beyond ATC? If you're using the Microsoft Flight Sim one, it just has a lot of bugs, so generally people don't use it. All right, we're direct FLM. And then for you guys who are new to the CJ4, if you want to get the VNav information here, which is super useful, we're not in cruise yet, so it's not giving us a calculation for our top of descent. But this shows a couple upcoming waypoints, and it also shows your destination. So we have an hour and 9 minutes roughly until we get to Peachtree. But to get this to show up, you just go down here to the FMS. You'll hit on the button that says display menu. And this is where you can configure what shows up on this screen or this screen. So down here, see how it says side left? That means that we're editing the left side screen, not the right side screen. And then here you can just turn the window to VNav. So you just hit this button a few times. You can see it turning it off, turning it on, or turning to VNav information. So if you have it on, it's giving us some fuel information, it looks like. It hasn't calculated it yet, but if you turn it to VNav, then eventually it'll show you when we're ready to descend. It'll show you when our top of descent is, how many miles, how many minutes out to start our descent. Okay, it has a keyboard entry mode too. If you click, you can type with your keyboard. And then click again to turn it off. But it's pretty fast to use these down here as well. Yeah, I should use a pilot's life again if I think a pilot's life is probably the best for anybody flying airliners if you don't want to deal with you don't want it to feel like a second job like using on-air company, which can get really intense with all the management you have to do. So maybe I need to dust off a pilot's life at some point. All right, flight level 290. I'm going to have a swig of my energy drink. No, it's not an energy drink. What am I saying? It's a smoothie. And we're at Mach 0.62 now that we transitioned into the Mach speeds. So we're going to change our speed. I think 0.65. Yeah, 0.65 is the equivalent of 240. So sometimes you have to update the Mach number once you get into the higher flight levels, where everything is in Mach. You've seen it on the sim marketplace. Yeah, I think everything's contextual, right? Like what yoke should I get? What rudder pedal should I get? You know, which plane should I get? Like everything matters, right? The answer is always it matters, and the same goes for career mode apps like a pilot's life versus air hauler versus FS economy, on-air company, Neofly. They're all slightly different they're different in different ways. Like the depth of on-air company is incredible, and you can do virtual airlines and have a whole fleet of planes and all that stuff. But if your goal is to be like a single pilot flying around, then just using like a simple route finder is great, or something like a pilot's life.
123.9025.
123.9025, November 63 Echo. See ya. All right, 123.9025. Switching again. Indianapolis Center. Indianapolis Center, November 6063 Echo. Flight level 330, climbing 410. Oh, that worked.
November
Nice.
6063 Echo. Indianapolis Center, roger.
What do I think about Neofly? Oh yeah, what I was gonna say about a pilot's life. Like a pilot's life's really good if you want to be a single pilot, mostly flying jets, like even small jets. I think you can start in a Grand Caravan or something, but it's meant for people that want to act like have the progression as an airline pilot from plane to plane and company to company to company, and like moving up from like a budget cargo company to UPS or being an airliner like passenger pilot, all that kind of stuff. So it's really good for that. And you don't have to worry about like multiplayer stuff or maintaining your company's balance sheet, you know, like you do with on-air company. So for that, I think it's great for pilot's life. And then Neofly is I haven't used it for a while, but it's similar to on-air company, but without some of the annoyances that on-air company has in terms of realism, mattering how you look at it, like dealing with like parking costs and like fuel refuel fees and rental fees and all that. I think in Neofly you just buy the plane and you have like a loan repayment, and that's about it. So I like all of them. Anything that gets you anything that motivates you to keep flying and helps you determine like where to fly is good. So I think on-air company is overkill for most people, but if you get really into it and you're using it all the time, it has some of the coolest features like the virtual airline stuff. You can build base camps. You can like own FBOs that sell fuel to other players. You can rent planes and lease planes to other players. You have to do maintenance on your planes. You know, it's trying to be as realistic as possible. Chemtrails galore. Yeah, Neofly is great. Has some more freelance stuff. Oh, you don't have to spend forever in a 172. That's cool. Yeah, that's something that's nice about I think a pilot's life and on-air company both let you kind of decide how you're starting. You can start as like the bush pilot style, or you can start as an airline pilot like right away. I remember there was some confusing stuff in a pilot's life where like I wanted to fly a certain plane type, but I chose the wrong company to fly for, and they didn't even have the plane type that I chose to be certified to fly. It was a little confusing there. I like messed up a few times and had to restart. You had to like really look in depth to see like, all right, which plane type am I going to fly? And is the company that has those in their fleet flying in a part of the world that I want to fly in? So you're like, all right, I want to fly a, you know, like a 737 in the US. You have to like poke around a bit to figure out which company to pick of the starter companies to make that work. All right, we're almost up to our cruise altitude. All right, and to change the range of the maps, you use this tilt range knob up here, the inner smaller part. So you can change it. And if you want something on the other side, you can change this one independently. And then for the outer screens, like the PFD screens, if you want to change from the arc, you can hit the format button up here, format. That'll cycle through the different map types. So it's up to you. And then I think all of the map types here are heading up, every single one of them. This one's pretty nice because you can see the waypoints further out. And then if you want like a north up map, you can turn that on these screens. So the left screen, the controls are up here. And the right screen, the controls are down here. This one doesn't have a format button, though. It's a little annoying. You have to hit the lower menu button first. And then as long as the blue box is in this area, you change that with the outer knob where the blue box is. You use the inner knob to choose the thing from the boxed area, if that makes sense. So you can turn this one to the plan screen. That gives you a north up map. And then you can hit lower menu to turn that off again. All right, there's our altitude alert, 1,000 until our cruise altitude. Look at all these chemtrails. Got to get paid by the shadow government for our chemtrails. That's what we're doing. We're making money on the side while making money as a pilot. So I think the Airbus A380 will get updated in real life. I know nothing about Airbus real world aviation. It'd be cool to fly on a 380 though. Indy Center's a British lady. That's pretty cool. Not seeing me on multiplayer. I'm on USA West and yeah, I'm on USA West. That should be it. I don't think I have my time. My time is real time right now, so you should be able to see me. Got me on Volanta. Yeah, sometimes the Microsoft Flight Sim, or very often the Microsoft Flight Sim multiplayer is a little touch and go. All right, so since we're up in cruise, we're going to pull back out of the climb detent into cruise below 100%. We'll give you cruise. And we just want to go as fast as possible, so just bring it up to the, as high as you can up to the red line right there. We're not going to get to 200 and whatever knots up there, probably. We'll see. We're at our ceiling of 41,000. Actually, can we go 43,000 in this? Maybe. All right, right turn. We're going direct to Apples now. So Apples is going to be the start of our arrival, our star. So I'm going to bring up the chart for the star here. Just going to overlay it on the map. It's 167 miles till Apples, so we got some time to think about the approach, or about the arrival here. But actually, if we look at the arrival, I don't see any restrictions. Oh, except here. At Dahan, expect 8,000 feet. That's our only altitude shown on this star. So we can see it's an expect altitude, so it might not be here. Yeah, it's not programmed in because it's not a mandatory altitude. So it's saying that they expect ATC to descend us to 8,000 by the time we get to that waypoint. All right, and in the meantime, I'm going to way in advance get our ATIS programmed in for the arrival airport. 128.4. I'm gonna get that tuned in down here on COM 2. 1284 active on COM 2. So once we get like 40 miles out or something, we'll hear that. But we are a long ways out. 383 miles from our destination airport. It's only 57 minutes though. But as we get closer to, eventually it'll show our top of descent here. It doesn't show it when we're super far out. Thanks for the escort, Kildario. Before it was probably harder keeping up with us, at least since we were going so slow. Now we're in a jet though. A bit faster.
November 6063 Echo. Contact Indianapolis Center 126.375.
126.375 November 63 Echo. See ya! Alright, 126375. And activate. Indy Center, November 63 Echo, flight level 410. Oh, it accepted that. Nice.
November 6063 Echo, Indianapolis Center. Roger.
Roger. Alright, how fast are we going? Mach 0.74 almost. Apples is very far away. Zoom this map out so far. Pressurization's good. Cabin altitude 7,900. I think our ground speed is over here. 421. And I believe if we get any icing or anything, it'll show over here on the messages to tell us to turn on icing. So if it does that, you have all the anti-ice systems down here. Oh, we just have the pitot static turned on. Mach 1? No, not in this. I think this is pretty much our max speed. I think maybe it's Mach 0.76 maybe is the fastest for the citation. I'd have to look it up. A little bit slower than an airliner does, like an A320, but it can go higher. We're up at, we generally are up above them. Flight level 410. Yeah, A320 ceiling is 39,000. A321 can do 41,000. And then citation is it 43? CJ4 ceiling. Uh, 45,000 in the CJ4. So we can go up 4,000 feet higher than this. Let's see, CJ4 Mach max speed 0.77. Okay, it's a little faster than I thought. 0.77 is our maximum speed. All right, we want to turn off some of this clutter here. This will be on our menu on this screen. So up here, we have to hit PFD menu. And I believe we can turn off some of this clutter where it says overlays. So we have to use this center knob where it says menu. I thought. Yeah, that is the one. There, overlays, and then we right click to push it. Oh no, that's terrain and weather, okay. Or terrain and traffic and weather. So that's not it. Maybe it's under config. Pressure, flight director. Oh yeah, this is where you can turn the flight director to a cross instead of the V. If you want this crosshair looking one, that's where you set it. Under config. And then refs is just going to be our V speeds and stuff. So maybe we can't remove some of those. Oh no, it's going to be in the left. Oh no. Yeah, how do we turn those off? I'm not sure if I know. Maybe it's not implemented. I mean, it's not bad to see where the nearby airports are, and nav aids, but yeah, I don't know if we can declutter it. Yeah, I didn't hit ET. That's our chrono timer. Yeah, I think we just have to live with it there. Qubit says, with a strong jet stream, it's possible to have an effective ground speed that exceeds the speed of sound. And what are we at right now? We're only at 431 on the ground speed. We have, I think, a 40 knot crosszone. That's not too bad for how high we are. Yeah, it matters where we are, I guess, more than our altitude. All right, no top of descent yet, but we're 17 minutes away from Apples. So we had some time to chill. The one thing that sucks about the CJ4 is you can't move the cameras back into the cabin and get some good views outside the side. Oh yeah, one of you guys suggested before to use the drone camera to move back. So if I switch to the drone camera, there we go. I don't know if this will work, but I'm gonna set a camera preset here. Oh no, it just brought me back inside. Drone, Alt 1. Yeah, it's not moving me back there. Look, it's looking back there, but it won't actually move me back there. I wish we could get back into the cabin, into the passenger section. Would be so nice to sit there and look out the window during these long cruises, but we'll have to settle with the right seat maybe. Dog check. She must be sleeping in the bed. She was sleeping in her bed here near the window for a while. I don't know where she is right now. Probably in the bed. Edit the config file. Oh, can you do that? Oh, for the CRG. Edit the config file and set the views. Huh. Am I too lazy to edit the config file? Probably. Let's request an altitude change up to flight level 450 and see what this thing does at its ceiling. November 63 Echo. Can we get an altitude increase?
November 6063 Echo. Roger. Say new altitude.
Flight level 450.
November 6063 Echo. Confirm new altitude flight level 450.
Affirmative.
November 6063 Echo. Roger. Climb and maintain flight level 450.
Climb and maintain flight level 450, November 63 Echo. All right, let's try this. Might be a bad idea.
November 6063 Echo. Contact Indianapolis Center 121.325.
121.325, 63 Echo. All right, it got me saying 63 Echo without saying November, so that's cool. Maybe they made that improvement. Indianapolis Center, November 6063 Echo, flight level 430, climbing flight level 450. All right, let's see if we can do 450.
6063 Echo, Indianapolis Center. Continue climb to flight level 450.
Continue climb flight level 450.
Negative. Continue climb to flight level 450.
I didn't say my call sign. Just seeing if it worked. Continue climb to flight level 450 November 63 Echo. Yeah, there we go. Even higher. Oh, we got another jet joining the escort force. Luke is joining. Thanks for the escorts, boys. ATC. This one is beyond ATC. The one I was using earlier for the tour guide was Say Intentions. I would say beyond ATC is kind of everybody can get it because it's $30. Like if you can afford a plane and a sim, you can afford beyond ATC kind of thing. And if you have the ability to treat yourself and you want to use a full-on AI all the time, then Say Intentions is also great. They're just different, but I think for most people, beyond ATC will be enough.
Altitude.
All right, altitude alert. All right, newbie. Yeah, that would be cool. I guess I could give it a shot. It would be cool to be able to jump into the passenger seats. Got a nice little window view over the wing. All right, altitude alert. 500 feet to go. Going up to our ceiling here. Our max altitude, 45,000. Pretty crazy. And we're expecting to eventually descend to 8,000 feet on the star. All right, 12 minutes until Apples. We're still 300 miles away from our destination. Sync the heading bug again. All right, let's get the climb power taken out. See if we can get to Mach 0.77. All right, 99% on the right engine. They're almost equal. Dom says, I'm just at this stage of my flight training, struggling to get to grips with ATC. Good practice, yeah. Far too shy for VATSIM. Yeah. Beyond ATC is, I would say, better to learn with than, say, Intentions as well. Beyond ATC has an AI co-pilot you can turn on. So what I would recommend is... Here, let me bring up Beyond ATC. So there's these two checkboxes right here. You can probably barely see it, sorry. There we go. So you can turn on auto respond and auto tune radio. There are a few times where you have to do it yourself. You don't necessarily have to talk, but you'll need to either, if you don't want to use the radio, like the frequency tuning, the radios in your plane itself, you can hit this little headphone button. This will show you all the relevant frequencies, and you just click them to tune into it. If you don't want to speak yet, you can just click any one of the possible commands on the left. So you just click it, and then the AI will say it. Your co-pilot will say it. And then if you want the co-pilot to automatically tune the radios whenever you're given a new frequency and auto respond whenever you're given an instruction, it'll just respond to it immediately. You can turn on these two checkboxes right here. And then the AI co-pilot will say it for you. So you can just focus on the flying and kind of listening and seeing what's happening. And it's cool. You can just basically use this as a cheat sheet right here in the bottom left for like seeing what you can say, or, you know, requesting startup, requesting taxi, all that kind of stuff. So this kind of stuff is, you know, there's not this kind of thing in, say, Intentions where, you know, you can have a co-pilot do it. So I think as a learning tool, Beyond ATC is probably better just because of those features. Jet escort. You gotta love it. You're gonna buy it when we land? Yeah, it's great. You can actually even use it while you're flying. So they have a feature where if I close Beyond ATC right now and restart it, it'll detect that you're already flying when you import the flight plan or whatever. It'll notice that you're already flying. It'll ask you, tell us which phase of flight you're in. Like, are you on the ground, departure, cruise, climb, descent? You can choose the phase of flight and it'll kind of resume from that spot. So I could right now just turn off Beyond ATC and restart it. Here, I'll do it. So I'm just going to close it right now. I'm just going to hit the X. Okay, it's gone. I'm going to go restart it. So I could have just gone and generated my flight plan right now after the fact. So it welcomes me, so I'm just going to hit import. I'm going to hit fly again. It's loading, getting all the information again. And now it should prompt me to say, yep, it looks like you're starting a flight while in the air. Which phase of flight are you in? So I can choose climb, cruise, descent, landing. So I'm going to choose cruise, hit OK. And the thing I'm not sure about now, though, is it says nothing tuned. So I haven't done this before. It looks like we hit the headphones and just go to our nearest center controller, maybe. So here's center, 121325. I'll just click that. No, it doesn't like that frequency either. Uh-oh. Demo fail. That's what we were on. We were on 121325. So maybe we're just waiting for them to talk to us. It says nothing tuned, which is not correct. Let me check in and see if it works. Center, November, 6-3 Echo, checking in. Huh, yeah, it says nothing tuned. That's weird. I wonder if it'll ever come back. This live demo fail, maybe? Or I could choose maybe one of the Tracons instead, 1269 or 75. Oh, there's only one, actually. Oh, there we go, yeah. Okay, so I can hit announce on frequency. So I just chose the wrong frequency. And it says we're on with Atlanta. Atlanta, November 6063 Echo, flight level 450. There we go.
November 6063 Echo, Atlanta departure, radar contact, descend and maintain flight level 190.
Oh, they want us to descend? Okay. Descend and maintain flight level 190, November 6063 Echo. All right. Let us descend.
November 6063 Echo, Atlanta. Expect Dehon Tree, runway 21 left.
All right, Dehon 3, runway 21 left, November 63 Echo. So that's our arrival procedure, Dehon 3.
November 6063 Echo, cleared direct apples. Resume on navigation.
Clear direct apples, November 63 Echo. All right, we're already direct apples, so that's fine. They're just kind of catching us up with whatever instructions they may have needed to give us, so it's kind of since we resumed it. Okay, now let's start our descent. Our ground speed is 450, so 450 times 5 gives us, you know, about 2,000, a little less than 2,000. So we'll do vertical speed. Let's go 2,000 feet per minute down. And we'll pull our throttle way out. All right, 2,000 feet per minute down to flight level 190. And just watching our speed so we don't overspeed. Or we could do flight level change and manage our rate of descent with our throttle instead. All right, and they said Dehon 3 and 21 left, so we already have the arrival in here, which is what we had up over in Navigraph. So yeah, Apple starts the arrival Higgy, Helen, Austin, Dehan, T-Falls, and Hoops. Apples, Higgy, Helen, Austin, Dehan, T-Falls, Hoops. So all the correct fixes are in there. And there's no mandatory, there are no mandatory altitudes here. Otherwise, we would see them next to each waypoint, kind of like we do down here. 8,000, we would see these at other waypoints if there were more restrictions, but there aren't. And this one is just informational. It says that it's expecting that ATC is going to assign us 8,000 by the time we get to Dehan. And then you can see it leaves us off on a vector here. It just leaves us off heading this direction towards the airport. And after that, we'll start our approach. And they said to expect runway 21 left. They didn't say which approach. They just said which runway we'll be landing at, which can be crucial when you're doing the stars. So like sometimes the stars will cover multiple runways and it'll split off at certain points down here to put you off at a different side of the airport. So say we were landing facing north instead and they said, you know, we'd be getting runway 03 or something like that instead of 21. The star may have a branch that comes off and says, this direction's landing runway 3. This direction's landing 21 left, and have a list for us. So we may need to change our arrival programming in our FMS to tell it that we're landing on a different runway, and therefore it could get us, or we'll probably get a different set of waypoints leading to the correct side of the airfield to put us to the east or to the south or something like that. So that's why they're telling us the runway, just to confirm we're following the star correctly with the correct runway in mind. Yeah, Steve, the Navigraph integration. Yeah, and we lost the checklist and we lost the passenger announcement stuff. Yeah, it must be a legal thing why they had to remove it once the working title team made all those official improvements. Because it used to be just a mod from the working title team. And yeah, we had, at least we have SimBrief import still, so that's fine. But yeah, no more charts button. Even I don't know why the checklists aren't there anymore. I think you can still use the old mod if you want to. Smooth Studio says we're over his home airport. KGKT. I could turn on airports over here. I don't have airports on. Display menu. And then airports. And turn off the other nav aids. And we have to zoom out. Yeah, I left this on the old waypoint. I see KTYS. Where's KTKG? It's not on there. Maybe it's too small. This will only show airports with runways that are long enough for us to land at, I believe. Yeah, the checklist and the passenger briefs were awesome. Oh, did I miss it? To the east? Maybe it's just too small. That could be it. It could need a longer runway to show up on here, maybe. All right, still in the descent, down to flight level 190. We got some formation flying going on here. All right, we're going to speed up quite a bit. I'm at 200 knots. We can go as fast as we want right now, but once we're down to 10,000, we want to limit it to 250. What kind of passenger? John Cena's on the plane. We've worked long and hard to take prestigious celebrities, well-known celebrities who are meme-worthy on our Couch Captain's flight here. They are smoking, of course. They're smoking in the back, as always. Once they approach the plane, actually, we should put this on the other side, I think, right? Yeah, the door is here. This might be a problem with the design of the livery. The door is here, but the reminder that they can smoke is over here. So, yeah, I think that's a fail. Should have been on this side to let them know. It is a problem. But we, of course, remind them when they're on the plane. Have all the chairs been replaced with stools? That would be awesome. There's just broken down wooden stools in the plane here. That'd be a hilarious change. We need our own custom plane. Try the mod of CJ4. I don't know if they even have it up anymore, do they? I'm not sure. They might have discontinued it. Not sure. Someone is flying by us in the fastest Bonanza I've ever seen. Corrupt G39. He's gone vertical. And he's gone. Just like the usual suspects. Just like that. He's gone. All right, we're still direct apples descending. We're at 28,000. We've got 10,000 feet to go till 19,000. And I guess we'll get the ILS approach up in the charts just in case. There's still, yeah, landing runway 21. Let's go ahead and choose ILS 21. And we got the chart ready down here. But they haven't assigned us the approach yet. At some point we'll get Atlanta approach 26,975. Guess I could put that in. Probably won't be next though. 26,975. Oh, I have to type the 1. 126,975. There we go. All right. Going to Helen now. Yeah, all the contrails are great. Not a bad view. All right, we're still going kind of slow. Bringing up to around 70%. All right, 24,000 we just passed, down to 19,000. We don't have the altimeter yet, but we're still in the flight levels, so we don't need it. Soon, though. Any Destiny fans out there? Anybody excited for Tuesday? Final shape? Any Destiny 2 enjoyers? Oh man, that looks so cool. Look at it with your eyes.
November 6063 Echo. Contact Atlanta Center 134.8. Have a good one.
134.8 November 63 Echo. See ya. Alright, 134.8 Atlanta Center. Atlanta Center, November 6063 Echo, flight level 210, descending 190.
November 6063 Echo, Atlanta Center.
Descent?
Climb and maintain flight level 410.
What? Negative. We're in the descent. 63 Echo. It's not going to let us say
Negative,
no.
climb and maintain flight level 410.
Yeah, it's one of the downsides right now. We're not allowed to do anything other than acknowledge the instruction. I'll just tell the co-pilot to acknowledge it.
Climb and maintain flight level 410.
Yeah,
November
so like these are things they have to
6063
program
Echo.
in, like, oh, this is just a bug, like it shouldn't be telling us to climb back up to our cruise altitude when we're following the star down, but this is where, like, in with say intentions, for example, because it's using ChatGPT and other services, like you can just say whatever you want to it and it'll probably just be okay with it, or it'll correct itself and say like, oh, our apologies. All right, we're about 100 miles out now. 105 miles till Peachtree. We have the ATIS tuned in COM 2 still. I'm just going to turn it off and back on real quick just because I reset beyond ATC. Oh, we're getting it already. Wow.
3011.
3011.
Landing and departing runways 21 left, 16, 21 right. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Victor.
And we got info Victor. We got part of it.
6063 Echo after Austin. Peachtree Airport information.
Oops.
Pilot's discretion descend and maintain 1010,000. DeKalb Peachtree Airport landing runway 21 left. Altimeter tree 011.
All right. I have to look at the transcript to see all that because I was listening to ATIS. After Austin cleared via the Dehan 3 arrival, pilot's discretion, descend and maintain 10,000. November 63 Echo. All right, so they gave us the altimeter.
Negative, runway 21 left.
Landing runway 21 left. November 63 Echo. Forgot to mention the runway.
Negative, runway 21 left.
Yes. Runway 21 left. Okay. All right, so they said 3011. Let's get the rest of the ATIS, though. And they said we can go down to 10,000. We'll just do that.
Temperature 2 tree. Dew point 12. Altimeter tree 011. Landing and departing runways 21 left, 16, 21 right. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Victor.
All right, we got information Victor partially. Let's get the winds.
DeKalb Peachtree Airport information, Victor. 1447 Zulu.
Performance
Wind
approach.
155 at 6 visibility 10. Ceiling 8,000 overcast. Temperature 2 tree. Dew point 12. Altimeter tree 011. Landing and departing runways 21 left, 16, 21 right.
All right, got that
Advise on
in.
initial contact. You have information, Victor.
And we'll send these over. VREF and our approach speed. All right, we got information Victor.
DeKalb Peachtree Airport information, Victor. 1447 Zulu. Wind 1.
Okay. All right, we're good there. Yeah, they're landing runway 21 left and altimeter 3011. We just left the flight level, so let's put in 3011. All All right, that's set. Descending at 1,800 feet per minute. So they said at our discretion. It said to expect 8,000 feet. Actually, we're only cleared to go down to 10,000 feet. So, but it said to expect 8,000 on the chart here by the time I get to Dihan. But they cleared us for the arrival. So for now, we're just continuing to follow these waypoints. We'll get left off on a vector after hoops. We'll just keep flying this direction until they clear us for the approach. And we already have the ILS approach programmed in. So you can see here in the flight plan, it leaves us off here on a vector 212. So we'll just be flying 212 until we give it another instruction. So we'll probably get like vectors if the visibility is good for a visual approach. Let's go ahead and I like to put in the ILS frequency manually, so we'll put that in 111.1. ILS, no DME. So 111.1 on nav1, 111.1 on nav2, just to make sure it's in there. But it should automatically put that in as you get towards the initial approach fix. But I just like to do it manually so it's always available. All right, I'm gonna get our landing lights on early. And we're coming up on 10,000 feet, so that means we want to be at 250 knots. We're pretty much there. Once we level off, we'll slow down by it'll pitch the nose up. That'll slow us down. All right, zoom the maps in. And pressurization's handled by the plane automatically, so it's nice. We don't have to put in elevations or anything like that. All right, 260 knots. Let's slow it down a little bit. Maybe 60% on the throttle. All right, close enough. All right, 12,000 feet. And then if we look over at the chart again, approach was 26,975. 126,975. Put that in the standby, so we don't have to scramble for it. Got the altimeter set. Our speed is pretty good. It's getting a little slower. Once we pitch up, we'll probably be under 250. All right, 5 miles from Austin. They said after Austin, we were cleared for the Dahan 3. So I actually don't know the rule if we have an expected altitude. I think expected means what ATC is going to assign us.
Echo. Contact Atlanta approach 126.975.
There it is. 126.975, November 63 Echo. See it? All right, Atlanta approach. Atlanta approach, November 6063 Echo, Dihan 3, 10,000.
November 6063 Echo. Verify information Victor.
We have information Victor, 63 Echo. We do have Victor.
November 6063 Echo. Atlanta approach. Altimeter tree 011. Expect the visual approach runway 21 left.
Expect visual approach runway 21 left, November 63 Echo.
Negative. Runway 21 left.
That's what I said. Runway 21 left, November 6063 Echo. Wow, I love that.
November 6063 Echo. Descend and maintain 5,000. Altimeter tree 011.
Descend and maintain 5,000, November 6-3 Echo. $230 times 500 and what's that? 1250. So let's go 1,300. Stalled and crashed on landing. No. It's a tragedy. Okay, expect 2-1 left. So we do have 2-1 left in. Visual approach just means that obviously we have to see the runway, but we can still use the ILS. So we have that in. Let's get the next frequency in. Bring up the approach, and next is going to be Tower Peachtree 20.9. So we'll put in 1209 and the recall. And minimums for this 1330 for the ILS minimums. So we'll go references and then use these knobs here to set the minimums, Barrow minimums down here. There we go, Barrow. Right click the knob to select it. And now I want to put in 1330 right here for the ILS minimums. 1330. All right, 1330 set. Hit references to close it. All right, we're about to cross Dijon. We're going down to 5,000 feet. Altimeter is set to 3011. And we're expecting visual runway 21 left. We got the tower frequency on standby. We're good to go. Ground speed times 5, yeah. That'll give you roughly 3-degree angle of descent. Dude, look at this. Looks so good. What's up, Jonas? Oh, you live in Peachtree? No way. You're right behind me. You're right behind me, Dom. Oh yeah, I see you, Dom. You're in the Neo. I got you. I see your lights from here.
63 Echo. Descend and maintain 3,200.
Descend and maintain 3,200. November 6-3 Echo. All right, cool. We just continue our descent. Updated that right here. Altimeter set. Speed's too fast. I'm going to pull the speed back. Maybe let's try 55%. Let's try a little less than that. We need to get under 200 knots to get our gear and flaps 1 down. So I'm going to pull back a lot on the speed. All right, here comes our next turn to hoops. We're just going to keep going straight. All right, little turn to hoops. Oh, you're Primal. Cool, Jonas. You live in Atlanta. Very cool. I feel like we're just always flying past somebody's house. Are we on the approach? Not quite yet. We're just finishing up the arrival, but they're having us descend. To get ready for a visual approach. But we have the ILS programmed in case we want to use it. It's good to have in there just as guidance, even if you're doing the visual. But we can just follow the ILS approach if we want. So it's got us going down to 3,200. We need to be down to, if we were using the ILS, we'd do 2,900, but it's got us a little higher than that. All right, I'm going to get the heading bug synced ahead. We're almost at hoops, and then it leaves us off on a vector. So it's gonna leave us off here, up here to the north, like this. We're just going to be flying towards the airport, and then it's going to give us the approach after that.
November 6063 Echo. Leave hoops heading 210. Expect radar vectors for visual approach runway 21 left.
Altitude. All right, leave hoops heading 210, and we'll expect vectors for runway 21 left, November 6-3 Echo. All right, so they said to leave hoops on a heading of 211. So I got 211 on the heading here. So we're about to cross over hoops in a mile. Probably just going to do it now. We're on a 209 heading.
November 6063 Echo. Descend and maintain
All right,
3,000
we're gonna switch to heading.
vectors for the approach.
4,000. Oh, 3,000. Descend and maintain 3,000. November 63 Echo. All right, so we're on heading mode now. I'm actually gonna switch my nav source here over to see the localizer because it's right in front of us, and I'm gonna pull out to idle. Not quite to idle. We can go a little faster. We're still 36 miles away from the airport. So we're not too time pressured here. And we're pretty much on a course straight in for the runway. Like I can see the runway lighting already right there. There's 2-1 left right there. Still 37 miles out. All right, and we're on the heading, they said, 211. Past hoops.
November 6063 Echo. Airport is at your 12 o'clock 15
Yep,
miles.
we see it right there.
Report the field in sight.
Field in sight. 63 Echo. Oh, sorry. So this 37 miles is, I think it's including other.
Echo. Cleared visual approach runway 21 left.
Cleared visual approach runway 21 left. November 63 Echo.
November 6063 Echo. Contact Peachtree Tower 120.9er. Have a good one.
120.9er. November 63 Echo. All right, over to Peachtree Tower. And then after tower, we're going to be on with ground 121.6. Okay, that is set. And we can make our right turn now. I'm going to pull our... I'm just going to disconnect the autopilot. I'm pulling our throttle way down so we can get under 200 knots. There's 200. All right, gear down. So it's showing 36 miles to the airport, but that's not right because that's taking into account all the other waypoints we had, I think. So they said we were like 7 or 8 miles out or something. We have no DME, so I can't really see. All right, flaps 1 is down as well. Landing light is already on. All right, and then I'm going to turn the flight director off just to clean up that little crosshair we don't need. I guess I could leave it on since we have the ILS programmed in. So we could still use that to guide us down, but we're just hand flying it with the autopilot off. Oh, we should see the glide slope coming down. We're below the glide slope. Yeah, I'm too low. As I usually am. But since I tuned the ILS, we'll see the green diamond come down next to our altitude on the left. Right down here. Just watching for the green diamond. And we can just use the localizer to line up too if we just want to hand fly the ILS. So we just keep aimed where the flight director is telling us to aim. All right, we can do full flaps whenever we're ready. Just gonna do that now to get configured. All right, green diamond's coming down. So yeah, we're below the glide slope right now. So we want to get to, we can just keep aiming at where the flight director is saying to go. I'm gonna get my power back in. A little slow. All right, what are the winds? We got a 14 knot wind from the left mostly. I'm gonna put this in nav mode, whoops. though. I have the autopilot off. Yeah, the flight director is actually not helping right now. I must have misconfigured something. We're like super high.
Altitude.
That's what I get for following the flight director. All right, can we make it? We got 4 whites on the Pappies. I think we'll be fine because our speed is already good, so we're just gonna drop it a bit. I was way too low, then I'm way too high. Oh, did I talk to the tower yet? Peachtree Tower, November 6-3 Echo, short final, runway 21 left.
500.
I don't think I talked to the tower controller.
November 6063 Echo, Peachtree Tower, wind 155 at 6, runway 21 left cleared to land.
Runway 21 left, clear to land, November 6-3 Echo.
Minimums.
No. November
No.
6063 Echo, cleared to land runway 21 left.
Cleared to land, 21 left, 6-3 Echo. Nah. Speed brakes out. Oh my god. Very nice. I'm being really nice to my brakes.
3 Echo, exit right at Delta.
Exit right at Delta, 6-3 Echo. I wonder if this is actually Delta. Let's get the flaps up. Alright, taxi light on. Pitot heat off. Seatbelts were off the whole time, that's good. Strobe light off. Alright, flaps are up. Fix our pitch trim.
November 6063 Echo, contact ground 121.6. Take care.
121.6, November 6-3 Echo. Now we had that in already. Switch to ground. Let's bring up our taxiway chart. Set an exit at Delta, which was back here, so we're over here at Foxtrot, so they might not know the correct taxiways again. So it really depends on your scenery, and I don't think I have this customized. It's probably wrong, but we're just going to listen anyway. And let's see. We'll just say that any parking is fine. Peachtree Ground, November 6-3 Echo. Clear of runway 21 left. Taxi to general aviation parking.
November 6063 Echo. Welcome to DeKalb Peachtree Airport. Say parking or advise if need assignment.
Need assignment, 6-3 Echo.
November 6063 Echo. Say again ramp number.
Anywhere, 6-3 Echo.
November 6063 Echo. Ramp 42. Scenery at this airport is incomplete and a taxi route cannot be created.
Interesting.
Taxi at pilot's discretion.
All right, ramp 42, taxi at pilot's discretion, November 6-3 Echo. All right, looks like you guys are still coming in. A couple of you guys. Skinny Big Red has landed, Hornet style. Cubits is down too. Primal and Jewel. Mystic. Birch. Lullich. Many landings already. I think we landed like right around here is where our touchdown was. Something like that. We made it. Taxi at pilot's discretion. So I guess they added the warning where they say like they don't have the data for the airport, so you know. So they just said at pilot's discretion. Sounds British or Australian. It's possible. If you have a British accent, you are not allowed in the United States. Sorry. That was a pretty good touchdown speed. That was a bad approach, though. Like, I was too low, then I was too high. I was messing with the flight director. It wasn't pointing where I thought it would after I hit navigation. All right, Trojan's on the way in. Longitude. Oh, Commodore's coming in first, though. 737-900. I wonder if it's going to show... Is it showing my... I have a 737-700, I think. We've got a triple landing right now. Beautiful. Nice center line. We got a little downhill action you get on the runway. Look how tiny the citations are by comparison. It's crazy. The double longitude boys are in. Trojan and Ragan. Ah, classic sports car red. Classic non-sports car blue and black. Beautiful. Yeah, you guys hit full brakes. I was being really weak on the brakes, so I definitely could have exited Delta if I was a little if I just pushed the brakes. I was just like being really nice to him. Big game in the 310R. How much time acceleration did you need? U.S. Air Force livery. The guy goes from flying a Zeppelin all day to flying a 310R, somehow catching up with the jets. All right, Lake Pilot's up next. Another longitude coming in. It's got a little crab going there into the wind. Where's the windsock at? Yeah, there it is. Looks like maybe five or 6 knots now. It'll maybe died down a little bit. I will be ending the stream here. We've gone 6 hours today. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good stream amount. Oh no. I looked away for a split second. Citation down. All right, the escorts are arriving. 1 of 2. Kildario's coming in. Hornet. Followed by Mountain Air and the Duke. Looks like the Turbine Duke. I feel like we're watching like runway model style airplanes, one after the other. Walking down the line, we get to check them out, see their style, see what livery they're rocking. Like, what's the plane wearing? A little fashion show here. All right, Cyber's bringing up the tail end. He's at 2,200 feet still. Just gonna do a super fast taxi here. Oh, I think Jeff's coming in now. Honda Jet. Little Honda Jet action here. Flight effects. Awesome planes. Wait, isn't HA420 the Honda Jet? Why does it look like a Bonanza? How many landings are we getting here? Pad that logbook. I thought HA420 was the Honda Jet. Am I wrong? All right, here comes Cyber. Short final. It's in the CJ4. I guess I can get a little taxiing in. Ah, there it is. The Cessna CJ4 in all its beauty and glory. Look at it. Ninja's in the... I see Ninja back there, 5,000 feet in the Hornet. Oh yeah, the little flare. Boop. He's down. In the fast lane even. That livery looks amazing. Very nice blue color. Oh, the throttle was locked, Jeff? Oh, no. Oh, it is Honda Jet. 2 bonus landings, had a slew in, messed up the autopilot. The Honda Jet is so fast, too. That thing is, I feel like the Citation's easier to fly in a way. Just because it's bigger, it feels like a bit more stable, maybe. Ninja's coming in. I don't know. He's coming in a shallow approach like I did. He just suddenly gained 2,000 feet of altitude. Or 1,000 feet. Lake Pilot's also coming in. Longitude style. Oh, he's coming in from the side. No precision approach for this person. Nope. Nope. Doesn't need it. A little crab there. What's the windsock showing? Yeah, maybe 4 or 5 knots or something. He's giving us a show. He's trying to... Whoa. Watch that right wing. He's pushing full left rudder when he's in the center of the runway. He's just being silly. He's just being silly. Oh, nice, Cyber. Second time ever? Heck yeah. Congrats, dude. Couldn't have floated and landed. Second time ever without you. No problem. Hopefully I didn't move too fast on all the button presses and stuff. It's really not that difficult of a plane to fly. Like, the avionics can be a little intimidating at first, but yeah, it's not a huge deal. It's a step towards flying airliners. It's not all that different in an airliner on the MCDU either. Lifetime says first time flying this jet. Wait, what were you in, Lifetime? I wonder if any of the people here just happen to be at this airport and they're like, what is going on right now? All right, Drew. I think Drew's paused or something. Ninja hasn't moved for a while. Got the Atlanta skyline in the background. There it is. Flight Sim was matching. Oh, the Learjet as a Bonanza. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't have much. I don't have much hope for the model matching being improved in Flight Sim 2020. Even when they say it's improved, like when they said they did the improvements, I loaded in and there were all these citations landing, and all of them looked like actually, a lot of them looked like tail draggers or carbon cubs. I was like, yeah, no, it's still really bad. All right, getting a couple of pictures. You know how it is. Thank you all for posing. Very nice of you. What's up, Jonas? Say intentions. Is it on Xbox? No. There's no like third-party software that can run in the background on Xbox. It all has to be through the marketplace. So things like Navigraph and, you know, Say Intentions and Beyond ATC, they're all PC only. I mean, ideally, Microsoft acquires Beyond ATC and Say Intentions, or contracts them or something, hires them to put their technology in the sim and work with the Microsoft team and the Asobo team on it to replace the in-game ATC. Or hires all of, I mean, the worst thing would be is if they, not the worst, but it would be kind of annoying if they hired them to improve the existing ATC instead of like porting theirs in somehow. I don't know, technology can be really complicated, so you never know like if it's even possible. But we all want ATC as good as Beyond ATC in the sim by default. Yeah, Jonas, you can still use the in-sim ATC. It's just not going to be super realistic, but at the least you can use it to... And you won't be able to talk to it, unfortunately, but you can hit the buttons to like request an IFR clearance, to get your taxi instructions. They will pick an approach for you and assign you an approach, which is also good. For the most part, in between those phases though, like climb, any on-route turns, your descent, it's usually for the best to ignore the in-sim ATC. It usually will lead you very astray, and you can't really expect it to give you vectors for your approach either. But at the very least, like if you wanted to, you could use it just to get the clearance and get the approach assigned to you automatically. Those are things that are doable, but yeah, you won't be talking to it and having it hear you. You'll just have to hit the buttons to respond to it. But yeah, hopefully there'll be a day when we can talk to ATC in the sim. It'll support Xbox and people can just use it the same way. That'll be great. Ninja is down in the Hornet. Wait, Lake Pilot's coming in again. Did you do a go around? Maybe he did a go around. And the dog is giving me the cue to end the stream. It's beautiful. It's actually good timing. All right, I'm going to keep the mic muted because the dog's going nuts right now. Watch Lake Pilot land, end the stream. Thank you guys for flying along. I might be around this weekend. I got a long weekend. I got a 4-day weekend. And so I might be on again tomorrow or Monday. See how it goes. I might replace Tuesday's stream with Monday. So I'll probably be on before Tuesday. Oh, look at that crab. Nice. Is the crosswind that bad? Windsock's blowing a little bit. He's down. All right, guys, I'm gonna go hang out. There are humans in my house now. Oh my God, the Zeppelin is back, of course. You gotta love the Zeppelin every time. All right, guys, have a good one. If you guys are still here, Matt, thanks for the gifted memberships. Lex, thanks for joining. Mrs. T-Fi, thanks for rejoining too. Turk for the 10 gifted. Gover and Speedy Blue Ninja for joining the Couch Captains. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate that. I'll see you guys on the next stream, probably before Tuesday. And if you guys want to hop in the Discord, I'll throw the message in the chat right now. There it is for you. Thanks for flying along. We did a lot today. Almost 6.5 hours, or 6 hours and 15 minutes. That was a decent stream. You folded your wings. Very nice. No problem, Qubits. Thanks for flying along. Yeah, Cyber, have a good weekend. Probably see you guys in a day or two, probably before Tuesday. All right, guys, have a good one. Have a good rest of your day and night. I'll talk to you guys soon. I'm out. I'm just going to end it with no follow camera. Nothing extra at the end. Just going to turn it right off. All right, guys, see ya.